not let so much out, because very shortly the convener of this event shall take the lectern and share more on that. And the third part, of course, shall be the round table conversation proper. I shall introduce the moderators for that segment when the time is right. And speaking of introduction, my name is Ebele Enemchuku, and I am your anchor woman for today's event. We shall go through more introductions, but before then, let us begin on a patriotic note with the national anthem. May I now ask that you please rise for the national anthem. Second stanza. Thank you very much. You may now be seated. The second stanza, which we just took, shall double as our opening prayer. And to that we say amen and amen. Moving on, would now like to, let me begin by saying that you are all specially welcome. You are all very important personalities, both here and all those logged on currently online. But permit me to begin introductions on a royal note as we formally welcome the chairman of today's event. In fact, he's a chairman through and through, apart from being royalty. I'm speaking, of course, of His Royal Majesty, the King of the Amayanaba of Grand, the Amayanaba of Swampgrass Kingdom. I got that correct. And of course, he's also the chairman of the Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council. Please join me as we welcome, with resounding applause, His Royal Majesty, King Alfred J.T. Smith. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Good to have you in our midst. Welcome, sir. We see you. We also have in our midst, or well represented, I must add, the Commission Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, represented here by Mrs. Oge, right? So Mrs. Ogechi Okwete is representing. You're very much welcome. We see you. We welcome you. An applause is very much in order. We also have in our midst, well, representing the chairman, Port Harcourt Local Government Area and chairman, Rivers State Association of Local Government of Nigeria, ALGON, Mr. or Barrister Chile Onwura. You're welcome. I know you're here. We see you, we welcome you. Send our regards to Sir Orwell Ihunda. Online also, we're told we have the pleasure of having the current, well, I'll try and keep it professional. Otherwise, if I go with the way I want to say it from within me, I might turn this to something beyond the corporate event that it is. Still, we've been joined online by the Labour Party candidate, His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. He's here with us, and we give you applause from here, and I'm sure those online are applauding as well. Thank you very much. Okay. At such events, because of the heavyweights you have, both represented and physical, there's usually the tendency of some omissions. So I won't beat my chest and say that will not happen. But the beautiful thing is that during the convener's welcome address, I'm sure he shall fill in wherever gaps exist. Nonetheless, I also know that the Amayanabo of Grand Bonny Kingdom is here with us, even though ably represented. I'm speaking, of course, of King Edward Asimini William Dapapepo. Please give him applause before I mention who is representing him. Yes, you're welcome, sir. And we know you are very well represented by the country chief of Grand Bonny Kingdom, speaking of course of Sir Level Barrister Waringpaye Val Pepo. We welcome, yes, I see you, we welcome you. Thank you for being here. At this juncture, please permit me to welcome for his opening remarks or welcome remarks a man who almost needs no introduction, but for the benefit of a few, he is a man who, through the NESH platform, constantly provides avenues for thought leadership and engagement, knowledge sharing, networking, and of course, the promotion and celebration of Nigerian entrepreneurship. He is the convener and founder of the Nigeria and Entrepreneurship Summit and Honors, NESH, if you like. I'm speaking of none other than Mr. Emeka Ugoju. The lectern is all yours. Your welcome address. Let's keep the applause going till he gets here. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Extraordinary. His Royal Majesty, one of the best golfers in Nigeria at his age, King Alfred D.S. Smith, the Amanabo of Drum Rights and the Chairman of Bayelsa, the Council of Traditional Rulers. The author of the book From Oloibiri to Boni, Dr. Godswill Ihetu, Nayoga, I salute you. I think we have His Excellency Mr. BJB online. I greet him. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great delight that I, on behalf of NESH Foundation, welcome all of you physically present here or joining us online to the 5th NESH Oil and Gas Roundtable, our first physical event following the COVID-19 pandemic that at a point in time grounded the whole world. But luckily, we are getting out of it, although we are not yet fully free from that. And we hope that we shall not see such a pandemic in our lifetime, or in short, this century, and hopefully the next one, because it was very devastating. Our very special welcome goes to the following individuals who, despite the very short notice and their very busy schedule, made out time to participate in this roundtable and special book presentation. Of course, I'll start with the chairman, His Royal Majesty, King Alfred DHSP. Then, my friend and brother, King Edward William Tapabebo, Aman of Grand Bonny. By the way, his representative tell Amanaba that the special cola he gave me yesterday when I visited him is very well appreciated. And then Mr. P2B, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, who would have been here physically, but of course, people would know what's happening now. He left Lagos this morning for Abuja. To all the independents and potential independents who have been with us today, but are in Abuja for the presentation of model licenses and contracts to the 2020 Marginal Field Awardee Ceremony, our best wishes. We hope you people will not worry after getting the license like in the previous round. The roundtable theme, Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment, as stated in our press release, is of great importance to our country at this moment in our history, that we are still largely dependent on crude and gas sales for our foreign exchange export earnings. And we hope that the presentations and discussions today will assist in the production of implementable and sustainable roadmaps for the elimination of substantial crude oil theft and the protection of the environment of the oil and gas producing area. For us at NESH Foundation, the roundtable is significant for two main reasons. First of all, it is the first time since we commenced our roundtable series that we are having a book presentation in the program. The book from Oloibri to Bonny, which was written by Dr. Goswili Hetu, a former managing director of Nigerian LNG and a good friend of NESH Foundation, though a biography, is a historical account of the development of the Nigerian oil and gas industry from beginning to date. And according to Chief Chamberlain Oyibo, who went through the book, he thinks that it is a book that is highly recommended for future executives in the oil and gas industry in this country. We felt it was proper to represent the book in Port Harcourt, which happens to be the headquarters of the real headquarters, as I may say, of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. And I will use this opportunity to highlight one of the things that NESH is doing with our roundtable. For those in the oil and gas industries, you might know that all the major oil and gas events takes place in Abuja or in Lagos, whether it's the SPE or International Energy Summit or the NOG that is coming up soon, or even our own pattern, they all try to avoid the oil and gas producing areas. But NESH said that our event would only take place in the oil and gas producing state. We started from Asaba. Negua and Uyo will be our next destinations. We are very pleased to have Dr. Ihetu in our midst today. Where's Dr. Ihetu? Can take a bow. And of course, Mr. Pete will be, who will be presenting the book, although virtually, and also use the opportunity to share his thoughts and views about his expectation of the oil and gas industry going forward. I think we are hoping that the discussions today, we should be able to review what has happened in the oil and gas sector since the previous election as it relates to the theme, with a view to really looking at how have we fared in this area since 2019, and use that as a guide to what the next election coming up in 2023, to look at how we can get things done better for our country, and especially the oil and gas producing sector and areas. We at NESH Foundation, as part of our contribution towards 2023, will by October 2022 host a special oil and gas roundtable, which will feature the presidential candidates of APC, PDP, and the Labour Party. I'm sure people will see what each of the key parties will be offering us in 2023. We wish to use this opportunity to encourage all Nigerians of voting age who have not registered to vote to go get their PVC. Let us all make our votes count in the next election. I welcome all of you to the 5th NESH Oil and Gas Roundtable, and wish all of us a rewarding discourse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogoju. And it is indeed our hope and our belief that by the end of today, every second of the time put in here will be all worth it. I've seen the lineup. I know what's to come. And looking at the faces I see here, and going by those logged on, we already know this will be a super successful outing, especially for the tons of takeaways that I'm sure we shall all have. That said, we shall move on very swiftly. And this is where I shall respectfully invite for his remarks our chairman for today. I already mentioned that he's a chairman through and through. He's also royalty. So when I mention his name, I always like to mention it with decorum, with care, with caution. We're happy to have you in our midst today. So, sir, this is a good time to invite the Amayanaba of Tuon Brass and the chairman of the Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council, King, I let that sink in, King Alfred Diete Swift. Yes, you're welcome, sir. The floor is all yours. Yes, keep it going. Usher, please lead him here. We thank you for being here, sir. I wish we had a closer lectern. Well, we have this special one prepared for you. And personally, I'm ready to take notes. I know there's so much that will be coming from your wealth of experience, and we do not in any way take that for granted. So that's what I meant when I said royalty. A round of applause as before he gets here.
The conveners of this special meeting and outing, roundtable conference, the participants and stakeholders at this roundtable, let me join our convener to say welcome. Aloha. NESH has been promoting and celebrating entrepreneurship in Nigeria over the last few years very effectively. And I'm very happy that the stakeholders from government and the private sector who cannot make it directly are either joining us by Zoom or have sent representatives. Let me say welcome to all those who are present here and welcome to those who are on the Zoom. I'm looking forward to all the presentations, that of the book, and also the discussion on trying to curb the oil theft going on, and also to look at ways where we can improve on our production and meet the quota which OPEC has given us. To those who got allocation of the marginal fields, I'm told being handed their certificates today, congratulations. The independent producers group have been doing a great job. Please keep it up. One thing is clear. We are all together to salvage the Nigerian economy, and that is a task that must be done. Thanks for those who have had to shift other appointments and programs to accommodate this one. I'm sure at the end of the day you will find it is worth your sacrifice. Thank you again and welcome to this roundtable. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again. And you're very correct. What His Royal Majesty was really saying is, alone, there's not much we can do, but together, we can achieve more. And I believe at the end of today, that is exactly what shall happen. We shall be loaded with more than enough in terms of information, suggestions, contributions towards bettering the industry, towards actualizing and achieving sector goals, towards taking care of issues that are currently plaguing the oil and gas industry. Please let's give His Royal Majesty another round of applause. Thank you again, sir. I already knew I was going to make a lot of omissions. I put it out there from the beginning. It always happens. But that is not to say that we mean any disrespect. No, not at all. But thank you, Mr. Ogoju. I already hinted that I'm sure you'd bail me out. And of course you did. So once again, we welcome you, Mr. or Dr. Godswill Ihetu. Now I see where you're seated. And please, with a round of applause, let's welcome him once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. We shall get to you very shortly. But before we do that, it's a good time to take a couple more remarks. It's a good time to take a couple more goodwill messages. And may I, at this point, invite our very own Dr. Ogechi Okwete from NUPRC. You're welcome once again. Yes, she's making her way here. Warm applause. Thank you. I especially love it when women take the lectern, so welcome again. Thank you very much.
As rightly introduced, my name is Dr. Ogechi Opete. I am representing the Commission Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, and the person of Engineer Benga Komolafe. And he has sent in his address, which I am going to read on his behalf. The chairman of today's event, His Eminence King Alfred D.A.T.S. Swift, the Amayanabo of Togo Brass Kingdom, the Amayanabo of Grand Boni Kingdom here represented, our revered chiefs here present, the chairman of Port Harcourt Local Government Area here present, or represented, His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, who has joined us online, captains of industries here present, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. A very good afternoon to you all. I am highly honored to be invited here today to this great event of the 5th NESH Oil and Gas Roundtable, a yearly event that brings together Nigerian entrepreneurs and other stakeholders in the oil and gas industry to address specific problems and challenges in the sector. Last year's session, which was held online due to COVID-19 pandemic, with the theme, CEO's Oil and Gas Sector Outlook 2021, was reportedly successful and quite engaging. I therefore congratulate the organizers of this event for not only organizing this forum, where burning national issues that affect businesses can be discussed with a view to finding solutions to them, but also for the theme chosen for this year's roundtable discussion, Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. Distinguished guests, the oil and gas industry has metamorphosed greatly after the independence of Nigeria in 1960 and the commercial discovery of oil in Oloibiri in 1956. Crude oil production has been on the increase since then. Production of crude oil in Nigeria averaged 1.854 million barrels per day from 1973 until the recent years, reaching an all-time high volume of 2.475 million barrels per day in November 2005. However, today, the figure is a far cry from what used to be. And this is due to several factors, amongst which is crude oil theft. Since the advent of crude oil in Nigeria, crude oil has become extremely important to our national development, as it accounts for 95% of foreign exchange and 35% of budgetary spending. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all are aware, the illegal access to crude oil and condensate by economic saboteurs, popularly known as crude oil theft, has been affecting the oil and gas sector for over a decade, particularly the onshore and shallow water terrains. Typically, oil is stolen by vandals through either hot tapping, where an unauthorized secondary pipeline is attached to an operator's facility, either a flow line or pipeline, in which oil flows under pressure, or by cold tapping, which involves blowing up or cutting off pipelines and putting them out of use to enable illegal connections. Both have contributed to the prevalent inability of the country to meet her OPEC quota. It is worthy to state that an unprecedented level of theft, estimated at 12% of the daily average production of the nation, was reached in 2021. The major consequence of this level of theft is the declaration of force majeure by some operators. Due to the monumental scale of losses arising from theft of produced crude oil, which most times do not reach the terminal, many operators have undertaken deliberate shutting of their wells, facilities, pipelines, which has further worsened the low production scenario. It is instructive to note that the above challenges have also impacted on gas production, both for domestic utilization and for export. Consequently, only 58% of our production potential, as established by the technical allowable rates, was achieved in 2021, and similar performance has continued in this year, 2022. Hence, the need for more concerted effort across all quarters to stem this tide. Distinguished guests, upon assumption of office in October 2021, the Commission Chief Executive, realizing the magnitude of crude oil theft, has continuously escalated the scale and trend of the menace to the relevant authorities. Equally, the Commission did not hesitate to make the volume, its value, and implication of oil theft known to the public and other relevant stakeholders. These actions have brought about more transparency and eliminated the uncertainty around the actual volume and value of oil losses that are caused by pipeline vandalism and crude oil theft in Nigeria. It is worthy to state that the crude oil theft, which initially reduced from about 71,000 barrels of oil per day in 2012 to 21,000 barrels per day in 2016, has consistently increased to an average of 103,000 barrels per day in 2021 and even 108,000 barrels per day in Q1 2022. This trend poses an existential threat to the oil and gas sector and by extension the Nigerian economy, if not immediately checked. All hands must therefore be on deck. Apart from the deleterious impacts of production loss and associated revenue losses to both the government and the investors, other associated challenges of oil theft include the following. One, threats to national security, where non-state actors are enriching themselves with illegal proceeds of oil theft. Two, political capital, which erodes the confidence of the international community in Nigeria and impacts on the ease of doing business. Three, unemployment, where you have loss of jobs in the industry and allied services due to economic strain on the operators. Conflicts are not left out due to proliferation of arms by various factions in communities and other areas. We also have health, safety, and environmental issues relating to widespread environmental degradation and health impact in producing areas. Displacement of persons from heavily impacted communities and settlements are not left out. Global competitiveness, insecurity, increase in operating costs, and loss of revenues reduce the competitiveness of Nigeria in the global arena, thus severely hampering investments in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the above and the ongoing efforts of enabling the industry to deliver on the government production target of 3 million barrels of oil per day in 3 years, The NUPRC has developed some key initiatives aimed at reducing the menace to the barest minimum in the short run and eventual elimination in the long run as follows. A. Roadmap for tackling the security challenges in the industry, which involves identification and implementing areas of collaboration between the government and the operators, and ensuring that operators realize their full production potential. B. Liaison with the top echelon of Nigerian security forces for a robust security framework that ensures that the government security forces provide pipeline and asset security. C. Promotes the implementation of nodal surveillance technologies on the main truck lines at each manifold for real-time loss detection that will enable swift and more proactive responses. D. Enforce installation of tamper detection technologies as part of designs for pipeline and related oil and gas production facilities for approval by the Commission. E. We're going to ensure that operators implement approved security protocols in areas within their control and promptly identify and remove illegal connections and conduct remedial works in record time. And lastly, public enlightenment campaign to educate citizens on the dangers associated with crude oil theft and pipeline vandalism in collaboration with relevant agencies such as the National Orientation Agency. Distinguished guests, one of the resultant effects of crude oil business is the environmental impact of these activities, especially when it escapes into the environment. This, coupled with gas flaring, have dominated the environmental discourse over the years. Another emerging issue has to do with the management of produced water in some brown fields. It is worthy to note that sections 104 to 109 of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 deal with how to achieve gas flaring elimination. And it is important to note also that it is no longer going to be business as usual, as the Commission will work assiduously to ensure that government aspirations of eliminating gas flaring and monetizing gas production, keeping in line with the COP26 net zero target, is achieved. More so, the nation would like to see gas as a transition fuel for the global energy outlook. Distinguished guests, oil spill into the environment have brought infamy into the industry and the nation at large. Noticeably, spill due to loss of primary containment resulting in environmental pollution are extremely rare. However, the greatest percentage of such spill is caused by deliberate actions of third-party actors who are either out to steal crude oil or engage in acts of sabotage. And this has created a very difficult business environment for operators and affected government revenue from the industry. Aside from the impacts on the environment and the communities who must bear the immediate brunt, oil spillages have necessitated huge operational spendings in repair and environmental restoration costs. While operators must continue to ensure that their facilities are well maintained to avoid loss of primary containment, the country must urgently address the menace of oil theft and sabotage on oil and gas facilities. That is why the Commission stands ready to work with all stakeholders to put an end to these criminal activities. The industry has at its disposal varied regulatory tools to manage environmental issues, which, if implemented properly, would effectively ensure maximum oil and gas production with minimal environmental impacts. As stipulated in the PIA 2021, the Commission will be rolling out environmental regulations that will guide the operations of all settlers, and our expectations are that when all of us play by the rules, things will get better. Ladies and gentlemen, to succeed in our quest to guarantee unhindered operations of the settlers, there is a need to give a sense of belonging to the host communities. The communities must connect to the operations in their domain and ensure continuous and unhindered operations that bring development to the communities and help curtail the current activities of criminal elements, which oftentimes impact the environment negatively. The provisions of Chapter 3 of the PIA 2021 have been deliberately calibrated to guarantee a win-win situation for both the communities and the operators. The Commission will be playing a key role in the implementation of this policy. As the foremost regulator in the upstream petroleum industry, the Commission will not sit by and allow money to be made at the expense of the environment, because we all hold the environment in trust for the generations unborn. This is not to say that the Commission is out to stifle settlers out of business, but we must ensure that businesses are conducted sustainably. This is more so considering the global clamor for energy transition and the fact that one of the things that have pitched the industry against the communities in the Niger Delta is the mismanagement of environmental pollutions. There is therefore no doubt that we, and I mean all the players in the industry, including the communities, do better in relation to the environment. We will all prosper. Businesses will thrive, developments will come, and we will live healthier lives. But first, the industry will have to signal a change of course. And I stand here to say that the Commission will be taking the lead in this new direction. We stand ready to implement the environmental changes that the PIA 2021 envisages and to pretend a more prosperous industry that is more committed to sustainable oil and gas extraction and operations. Once again, I wish us all a successful deliberation at this round table. And this is from the Commission's Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I currently do not see any need to repeat everything you've said, but it was very well written, very well delivered. Dr. Ogechi Opete, we thank you once again. A round of applause for her, please. And please send our love, send our appreciation to Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, the CEO of NUPRC. Thank you once again. And like he said, when all of us play together, things will get better. When we all do it together, we can achieve more. That's what this is really saying. We will all prosper, businesses will thrive. And to that, I say a resounding amen on the behalf of everyone. Moving on very swiftly, we have a few more goodwill messages before we jump to the meat of the matter. But may I invite the representative of the Grand Bonny Kingdom, His Royal Majesty King Edward William Dapapepo, represented by Sir-Level Barrister Waringpae Val Pepo. You're welcome, sir. The lectern is all yours as you give us your brief remarks. Okay, exactly. I was just going to say, come on, let's put our hands together. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Special greetings to the chairman of the occasion, the amenable of Tom Brass, King Alfred Papa Priediete Spiff, who coincidentally was the governor of Rivers State the year I was born. I'm here to represent the King of Bonny, ancient Grand Bonny Kingdom, my father, brother, friend, mentor, King Edward Asimini William Dapa Pepple the third, Edward the first, Pericule the 11th, the amiable and natural ruler of ancient Grand Bonny Kingdom. My own name is Sealabo, and Sealabo in Bonny language, Ibani language means country chief. Warepane Valentine Pepple. The event we are gathered here today is exactly one that is exciting to every Bonny indigene. The book From Oloibri to Bonny Kingdom, very apt. It says something loud and clear. The flow of oil from Oloibri up to Bonny Kingdom, including gas, which has been the mainstay of this nation called Nigeria. It has been the sustaining factor. For Bonny Kingdom, it even predates that. We are not strange to oil and oil business. For us, it was preceded by, in terms of oil, I don't want to go beyond oil, palm oil trade, which was also, along with cocoa and granite those days, a sustainer of the nation. Then the days of the crude oil, which began from Oloibri to Bonny Terminal, and now gas. We are particularly happy with the organizers of this event for bringing it down home to Port Harcourt, thereby preventing we old men, rulers of our people, from avoidable travels, even to discuss events related to issues, economic issues happening in our backyard. For that, we say a big thank you to the organizers of this event for bringing it to Port Harcourt. And on behalf of Bonny Kingdom, I wish to say that I hope that in no distant time, the event will be coming overseas, because I'm just coming from overseas now, to Bonny Kingdom. Particularly, Bonny Kingdom contribution to the mainstay of the economy as it relates to the oil and gas industry has been two things, and which is something we look forward to other sister communities borrowing a leaf from. One is stable leadership, and then peaceful environment. We believe and we expect that the powers that be will take into cognizance the sacrifices and efforts made by the authorities, especially the traditional institution, in ensuring this peaceful environment for the operation of the oil and gas industry, which remains the mainstay of the economy. On behalf of Bonny Kingdom, I thank you immensely for inviting our dear King, the Amayanabo, to this event. What it simply means is the entire Bonny Kingdom is invited, and you are in full recognition of our token contributions, even as a minority people, towards the economic mainstay of the nation. We look forward to further invitations in that regard, and we pray and wish that the fallout from this August event will contribute immensely to the enhancement of the oil and gas industry, and by extension, the economy of Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, it's very easy to tell your age now. I'm not sure if that came out in error, but if I do the math from when His Royal Majesty was governor of Rivers State, then easily I can tell your age. I'll tell you later. So I'll just do the math. I'll go and Google and find out when he was governor of Rivers State. But please, a round of applause for him again. Thank you very much, and do send our warm regards to the Grand Bonny Kingdom King Edward. Okay. We thank all our special guests of honor, those who have joined online and those who are here and those who have sent in able representation. We thank you. We do not take it for granted. We know how tight schedules are these days, but to have made it here is something we're grateful to you for. And it's on that note that I shall invite this time another special guest of honor who is ably represented. I'm speaking of the Rivers State Chapter Chairman, Honorable Sir Allwell Ihunda JP. He's represented here by Barrister Chile Owuru. A round of applause as I yield the lectern to you for your brief remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Royal Majesty, the King of Tonbros and the Chairman, Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers, the convener of this very important occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand here as the Secretary of Port Harcourt City Local Government on behalf of the Mayor of Port Harcourt, who doubles as the Chairman of Algon, Rivers State Chapter. The Mayor have asked me to please pardon him for his absence here. It is due to other critical engagement. Honorably supposed to be here, and I understand you have a very good relationship with the convener. So please accept his apologies for not being here today. He has also asked me to very specially welcome all the special guests and all the invited guests here to the city of Port Harcourt, particularly the Presidential Hotel, Premier Hotel in Port Harcourt. That as this event unfolds, that you should sit well, enjoy Port Harcourt City. For those of you who are coming outside Port Harcourt, the story you hear about insecurity, you can confirm that is not true. And the topic for today, oil theft particularly, and of the environment. I must say thank you to the lady that I've just spoken, and as she concluded, or one of her remarks was that we hold this environment in trust for the coming generation, and indeed that is quite true. Thank you for that remark. I want to say that on our own part as a local government, particularly on the 3rd of January 2022, His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, gave a very clear charge to the local government authorities in Rivers State to end black soot. As a result of that charge, the mayor of Port Harcourt summoned a very important meeting of Algon. I was privileged to be there as the Secretary of Local Government in Port Harcourt. And they all concluded that the menace of the black soot must come to an end. So there have been a very concerted effort to end this black soot. I'm saying this because oil theft has been localized into what is now known as oil fire. Everybody is now going into that business of oil theft, which obviously have affected our revenue. At least my salary have been affected because I earn salary from the national allocation. So the evidence is very clear. There has been a tremendous reduction of the black soot. That is as a result of the effort, the concerted effort of the local government chairman in Rivers State to stop this black soot. And by extension, reduce to a very extent the activities of this oil theft. Thank you. Oil theft, when we take a holistic look of this phenomenon, we discover, and very importantly for me to say this, that within the geography or within the jurisdiction of Port Harcourt City local government area, we have none. We have none. But what happens here in Port Harcourt is that Port Harcourt has become a dump. It has become a market. So when they go to the coastal area, the riverine area, as from your remark here, they steal this, our national treasure, come back to Port Harcourt as a dump, get their buyers. So having identified that, what the local government chairman did was to first of all locate all these dumps within the Borokri and the creeks surrounding Port Harcourt City local government, and we commence on the destruction, confiscation, and arrest. So that again, to a very large extent, has also helped our national economy and our security within the Port Harcourt City local government. And on that note, with this just short remark, I want to say on behalf of the Mayor of Port Harcourt that you're welcome and a very good congratulations to the convener of this program. Thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you again. We send it back to you. Thank you. Okay, so you see there's a recurring theme. Of course, the theme for the event in itself is Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. We're beginning to hit on the different areas of it, but of course, when we go into the panel conversations, then we'll take out so much more in terms of the core of this theme. But the recurring theme, like I mentioned, is again and again, everyone keeps saying, this can't be done in isolation. No one can do this alone. So it's going to be a collective effort. And together, everyone achieves more. It's my favorite quote, or rather my favorite acronym, TEAM, representing together, everyone achieves more. And it's on that note that at this juncture, we'll go into what I'd like to call part 1B, or the second segment of this event, which is the book representation. As hinted in the opening remarks, welcome address by the convener, Mr. Ogoji. He already mentioned that the book was launched last month, I believe, but this is a relaunch, and it's not difficult to see why it is relevant to this event. Oloibiri to Bonny is the title of that book, and the author has so very well shared his insights, his life and insights from rising and leadership in the Nigerian petroleum industry. You have it there on the screen. I shall invite him, but before I do that, well, I think we'd have to have him beside me as I go through his citation. It's at this juncture that I would like to invite the author of Oloibiri to Bonny, Dr. Godwill S. Ihetu. With an applause, please welcome him. Yes. And I know that applause will get louder once I'm done with reading his formidable citation. Dr. Godswill Ihetu was born on 14th of July, 1940, and is now 81 years old. When one looks at his life history, rather than simply his professional career, one forms a picture of a man with exceptional determination and perseverance, who has made the most of the great intellectual gifts with which he was blessed. He is undoubtedly a very brilliant man. Dr. Ihetu attended St. Augustine's Grammar School, Nkwere, and then joined Shell as a trainee technician in 1959. He was sponsored by Shell to study mechanical engineering at what was the Yaba Technical Institute, after which he became a field engineering foreman in 1962. Determined to better himself, Dr. Ihetu left Shell in 1965 and used his own meager resources to study mechanical production engineering at the College of Technology, Dundee. As one would expect of the brilliant, determined Godswill Ihetu, he obtained a first-class honors degree. He then proceeded to the City University, London for postgraduate studies, where he obtained a PhD in 1972. He returned to Nigeria and worked briefly for Shell before joining the Nigerian National Oil Company, NNOC, in 1974. In 1977, NNOC and the Ministry of Petroleum became NNPC. NNPC implemented an extensive nationwide petroleum products pipelines and depot network, and he was as the head of pipelines that Dr. Ihetu first became well known. In 1985, there was a major reorganization of NNPC. Various sectors were created, and each sector handled its own capital projects. The Projects and Engineering Division, PED, which has been headed by the renowned S.A. Kufeji and was responsible for all projects, now only handled corporate projects that cut across sectors. It was renamed the Engineering and Technical Services Division and was headed by Dr. Ihetu. While the change was tumultuous for many of the former PED staff who found themselves moved to one of the sectors, and indeed for many other staff in the corporation, ETSD remained tranquil. Work continued as normal, and the staff and reporting lines were unchanged. The only change for the ETSD staff was the GM, and they could see very positive similarities between the new GM, Ihetu, and his predecessor, Kufeji. They were both gentlemen who were hardworking, knew their onions, and were elegantly dressed. It was thought that the new ETSD would be of little relevance, but under Dr. Ihetu, it was a major pillar of support for the corporate headquarters. Among several other things, it provided essential and indispensable technical support and input for the strategic planning process introduced in 1966. A major achievement of Dr. Ihetu in ETSD was the establishment of the Nigerian Engineering and Technical Company Limited, NETCO, an NNPC subsidiary for the provision of engineering services on a commercial basis to NNPC and other petroleum industry organizations. NETCO remains a successful and profitable NNPC subsidiary today. In 1990, Dr. Ihetu became the managing director of NLNG Limited. In ETSD, he had led the Finima New Town development for displaced people from the NLNG site without knowing that he would end up as the MD of NLNG. He assumed office following major disputes within NNPC and government that could easily have resulted in the collapse of the project. He had to restore harmony and also address the problem that the LNG market was depressed at the time, and major work had to be done to make the NLNG project economically viable. He successfully addressed the marketing issues, closing out the sales agreement and put the LNG vessels that the project had acquired to charter to third parties, thereby earning valuable revenue in advance of project startup. The project reached the point of contract award, but controversy arose again. The contract was not awarded, and in the controversy, Dr. Ihetu had to leave office in 1992. After a while, he was redeployed as managing director of the Nigerian gas company, NGC. Little did Dr. Ihetu know that this experience was not the end of his involvement with NLNG. The project was restructured, with NNPC reducing its shareholding from 60% to 49%, and the managing director position was zoned to Shell. Dr. Ihetu was asked to return to NLNG as managing director until Shell nominated MD resumed office. It was Dr. Ihetu who closed out all the corporate restructuring issues. Thus, Dr. Ihetu has the singular honor of having been the MD of NLNG twice. That deserves an applause. Shortly thereafter, Chief Chambers Oyibo, who was GMD, concluded that the project had been stalled because NNPC funding for the NLNG project had not been in place. Consequently, he got the other shareholders to agree that an escrow account be opened in London for the project funds, and that the funds be managed by fund managers. Shareholders' funds could be withdrawn only if the projects were cancelled. The project was thereby fully funded with additional income arising from the investment of the funds. This cleared the way for NLNG FID and contract award, which finally took place in 1995. Following his brief second stint at NLNG, Dr. Ihetu continued in his role as MD of NGC. In fact, while he was in NLNG, he performed both functions simultaneously. He developed what was essentially a nascent venture based on recently completed Escravos-Lagos gas pipeline, with a need to extinguish flares by gas utilization as a prime driver into an income-generating business. Dr. Ihetu's final role in NNPC was as Group Executive Director, Engineering and Technology. Once again, he had overall charge for all corporate projects, reprising at higher level the role he had previously performed as the General Manager, ETSD. He retired from NNPC in 1999. Dr. Ihetu spent much of his NNPC career working on technical projects. Some he initiated and completed, some he initiated and others completed. Some others he initiated and he completed. Some of the projects are still operational. Some have been privatized, some have been abandoned, and some have been overtaken in the inexorable march of technology. Dr. Ihetu has remained active since he left NNPC in 1999. He drove a marginal field development. He had his own consulting company. He supported the NIPEX database for the oil and gas industry. And of course, he was one of the prime movers behind the establishment of the Petroleum Club. He's a past president of the club and continues to be an enthusiastic supporter of it. There is a lot more to Dr. Ihetu than engineering and petroleum. He is indeed a brilliant man with a great deal of determination and perseverance, but he's also a caring man, an example of how a God-fearing man should act. These qualities made him a good man manager and helped him to overcome the difficulties that came his way. Those who worked with him were used to his expression, "This is not good enough," when he became aware of something he considered to be an injustice, and he made every effort to put things right. Dr. Ihetu is heavily involved in the Church of the Nativity in Parkview Estate, Ikoyi, and has supported it actively from its commencement in the makeshift premises to the substantial human and physical entity it is today. Dr. Ihetu has continued to have a successful career, a successful family life, and good health at the age of 81, and very many good friends. We thank the Lord for his blessings and grace that he has bestowed on him. A round of applause, please. Sir, 81 and looking this way, I will keep my comments to myself, but I've claimed all the parts I need to claim from even this citation. And it's on that note that I shall yield the microphone to you to take it from here. Another applause, please.
Thank you very much. I feel privileged to be standing before this august and dignified community. Your Royal Highnesses, I have two of them here, King of Brass and King of Bonny. In talking about my book, the title catches one's attention. What about Oloibiri? What about Bonny? I was in Oloibiri in 1959, and it took 2 days to get from Port Harcourt to Oloibiri, 2 full days, with 1 night spent at Abonima. And I was 19 years old then. So I knew Oloibiri, the first well, the first producing well at that time. I was in Bonny in 1961, superintending the completion of the inshore berth. Before then, somebody talked about palm oil. I think it was the King of Bonny's rep talking about palm oil export. By then, the export of crude oil was from Port Harcourt. The pipeline went all the way from Oloibiri to Port Harcourt. But our project in Bonny was the first time we were exporting crude oil from Bonny onshore facility. And I was there. I remember those days, Roger Halliday was the one that completed the offices at the time. And I lived in Bonny for 6 months in the Allison family. I was part of that family. The grand mother of that family came from Umuahia. And you can see the links there. I'm from Imo State. So I feel very much at home here in Port Harcourt. In fact, I started my career in the Shell workshops here in Port Harcourt, industrial area. Again, as a young 18-year-old at the time. So I feel very much honored to be here, to have a chance to relaunch this book. The Lagos launch was good. In fact, it exceeded my expectations. But I'm happy that I'm being given the opportunity to relaunch here. So I will just try and read a short intro before I call on Mrs. Adiuku, who will read the review of the book. The book was reviewed by Dr. Alex Oti, whom you probably will know. He was managing director of Diamond Bank That's when he left the banking sector. But before then, he was an ED at First Bank. He wrote the review, and you will soon see why. So when I finish my remarks, I'll call Mrs. Aduku to come and read an abridged version of that big book review, because that gives you an insight into what is in the book. So it took under 2 years to produce my book, partly because I took some extracts from some notes and jottings I had made over many years. The main reason it took only under 2 years to write was thanks to the COVID-induced lockdowns. No visitors, no parties, no meetings, no church attendance, even no golfing. And I'm sure King Spiff knows what I mean when I say no golfing. Why did I write this book? My main motivation is to share knowledge. I did so realizing that I was privileged to have participated in the growth of the oil industry, particularly the National Oil Company. I occupied positions that gave me not only domestic perspective, but also perspectives in the global oil and gas business and politics. I had a compulsion to share my own experience, even though not having ever taught in any school. I have this compelling drive to share knowledge. This book captures my childhood, a bit of the early history of the oil industry, and my post-retirement ventures. My first visit to Olebri, I have said, was in 1959, the same year I joined Shell as a trainee technician at age 18. Remember, Nigeria's first export of oil was from Olebri oil field in 1958, after commercial discovery in 1956. During my career in industry, I lived in Bonny, as I said, and I was also participant, in fact, driver of the construction of New Finima Town in Bonny. I was in charge of that project, and also participated in the relocation of the villagers from Old Finima to the New Finima to make way for the LNG residential plant and residential area. In this book, I share my experience as one who played pioneering role establishing a highly successful world-class company that NLNG has become, and why it survived the jinx of a couple of failed LNG initiatives. The book articulates the little-known impacts of the industry in Nigeria's economic growth, its multiplier effects, providing fuel for developing electric power, petrochemicals, fertilizer, aluminum, steel, and several other industries. In this book, I share some stories that have never been in the public domain till now. I was writing this book at a time when the death of oil was being predicted. Although I touched on the issue of climate change very briefly, its consequence for our country captured my imagination. Just last year, Alex Oti, our book reviewer, wrote about the future of gas. He asked whether renewables will threaten the future of gas. I responded in this day back page article, asserting that it was not a threat in the short term and years to come. I intended to learn more about this global phenomenon of climate change and contributed it creating awareness about it and how it could affect our petroleum industry. In concluding, I thank NESH for granting me this platform to present this book, again, here in Port Harcourt. Some people decreed the death of oil, but I have added my voice to that of those who say, not so fast. I predict that oil and gas will be in the global energy mix beyond 2050, Fortunately, I will not be around then to prove it wrong, to be proved wrong. Nigeria must exploit its oil and gas assets and use it to continue growing its economy. Yes, we cannot ignore the global movement towards clean energy, but let the wealthy countries be the ones to cut production of fossil fuels first. While I was MD NLNG, a European consortium of potential gas buyers from Germany, France, Italy, and Spain were negotiating with us. We sold to these countries, except the Germans. Needless to say that those contracts are still in place till today. We sold to every one of them except the Germans, who told us that they were happy with their current supplies from Russia. Listen to that. They were happy with the current supplies from Russia, Norway, and Algeria. How the story has changed, as we can see in the current European gas supply crisis. Germany is looking for gas. They wish they had taken our gas at the time. My position is we should be careful with forecasts because natural disasters or wars can make nonsense of your predictions. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you. At this point, I will invite Mrs. Angel Adiuku to please come and present an abridged version of Dr. Alex Oti's review of the book.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Royal Majesty, King Alfred the Chesapeake, and the King of Bonny Kingdom, good day. Like he earlier said, I'm here to do a book review on behalf of Dr. Alex Oti. And the title of the book is From Oloibiri to Bonny by Dr. Goswell Ihetu. Let me start by acknowledging that I am not an industry expert and know very little about the oil industry, and therefore remain unqualified to review Dr. Ihetu's book. I believe the only reason the author chose me is that we have shared views on energy transitioning and climate change in my forthcoming fortnightly column in this day, titled Outside the Box. May I therefore apologize in advance if this review fails to meet your expectations. Permit me to start by commenting that the book under review is very well written and arranged in sequential order of 30 chapters and 311 pages. The rebel in the author started as far back as when he was a little boy. He would not accept anything that does not make sense to him. His baptismal name, Godwin, didn't make much sense to him, so he renamed himself Goswell while in primary school, a name that he bears till today. He didn't get nor seek the consent of his parents, who would rather call him Sunday because he was born on a Sunday, unlike what is found in most polygamous homes. His mother, who was the first wife, built a culture of unity by taking care of all the children in the family without discrimination. In like manner, Dr. Ihetu paid school fees for all his siblings, and they remain closely knit up to this day. Some few outstanding things about the young Goswell were that he enrolled in school early, and even though he was the smallest, he was exceptionally brilliant, and he earned double promotions and skipped some classes. In his account of life in those days, he made reference to frogs, which environmental pollution has literally made extinct, and argued that the danger of depletion of some species of valuable creatures could be averted if we paid attention on environmental issues. By age 13, Ihetu enrolled at St. Augustine Grammar School, Nkwere, in 1954 as the youngest and self-motivated. These traits remain part of his habit till this day. He struggled with mathematics, geometry, and algebra in the early stages, and therefore devoted more time to algebra, and therefore devoted more time to studying those subjects, and subsequently became one of the best in them. This points to one of the character traits to Dr. Ihetu. He has solution attitude and takes up challenges, battles them down. This was to continue to the latter days of his career. This is also true of the challenge of throttling, which he fought and defeated. One striking thing about Dr. Ihetu is his memory, how he remembers names and nicknames of his teachers and friends all the way back to secondary school remains amazing. He's also able to recollect dates and events with so much poise. All throughout the book, the reader would notice how the author links events and experiences of the past to present day events. To demonstrate the molding of a man's character starts from the early days. The author tells the story of how he would save unspent allowances in a post-office savings account that he opened in secondary school, even if he had to say that himself. He considered himself a very serious student who had little or no time to waste, always reading or handling other chores. At the end of secondary school, the young Ihetu had an exceptional result, passing out in Division 1 in WAEC with an all-round result. This meant he could either further his studies in the arts or sciences. The book recorded an interesting visit he had from his former principal, Mr. Ezekwesili, in 1985. The principal was surprised that the author lived in a 2-bedroom bungalow and commended him for his probity, honesty, and integrity. These were the foundations built at St. Augustine's. In my view, the comment of the principal was an endorsement of the character of the author and that he has held on to till this day. Part of the author's character could be seen by the way he celebrated his alma mater by attending old boys meeting and giving back by way of monetary donations and his time. As he completed secondary school, the author had to struggle in deciding between proceeding for further studies and picking up an offer from Shell BP, and if he had to go for further education. He also struggled with pursuing an art or science degree. He eventually settled for Shell in 1959, and from where he subsequently proceeded to a tertiary institution. A few months later, he was admitted to study engineering at Yaba Technical Institute under Shell sponsorship. His first experience at Oloibiri, where Shell had just started producing oil a year before, was in 1959. It was a 2-day journey from Port Harcourt through the creeks and in a boat. This is a journey that will take half a day today, thanks to improved means of transport. At 20 in 1961, he was transferred to Bonny to continue with his field training experience. Several years later, he was to go back to Bonny, this time as the Group General Manager of Engineering Division, NNPC. Again, Bonny beckoned again when he was appointed the Managing Director of the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, NLNG. By the time Dr. Ihetu was graduating at Yaba Technical Institute in 1962, he was the prefect, even though he was the youngest. In September 1965, he resigned from Shell and proceeded to the UK for further education. Being in the UK kept him outside Nigeria during the Civil War from 1967 to 1970. Because of the Civil War, it became very difficult, if not impossible, to access scholarships. He had banked on the federal government scholarships scheme, but the war froze all that. He had to struggle with very limited funds he came with until the UK Institute of Mechanical Engineers came to his rescue with a bursary award to best performing students. In June 1969, Dr. Ihetu graduated with a first-class honors. This was in the heat of the Civil War, and coming back to Nigeria was not an option. He therefore enrolled for a PhD at the City University in London. In chapter 4 of the book, Dr. Ihetu takes readers on a journey of the history of the petroleum industry, which had been described as an enclave industry simply because, being a major revenue and foreign exchange earner, it is adjoined to operate in an opaque manner and doesn't provide massive employment opportunities for the economy. The search for oil, according to the author, started in 1906 by a German company called Nigerian Bitumen Corporation. Shell, the Axi, was granted a license to prospect for oil in Nigeria in 1938. While the first commercial discovery of oil by Shell was in Oloibiri in 1956. It was 2 years later that the first export was made. The author joined Shell in 1959 at 18 as a trainee technician and resigned in 1965 to pursue higher education in the UK. He returned and rejoined Shell in 1972 as a project engineer. He devotes chapter 5 to the discussion of the midstream and downstream parts of the oil industry. He believes a lot of progress has made here, noting that the first refinery was built by Shell in Port Harcourt in 1965. This refinery was later acquired by NNPC, who also built the Warri and Kaduna refineries in 1979 and 1981. The last one was built in the same Port Harcourt location in 1989. He argues that the Nigerian liquefied natural gas, NLNG, was one of the most successful investments made in the industry. Conceptualized in 1965, the project failed to start in 1981 for all sorts of reasons, including lack of government support and sheer size of investment. The project finally took off in 1989, and first shipment of LNG was done 10 years after. And expansion continues to happen in trains, with the recently approved train 7 having been awarded for construction. Chapter 7 deals with another move by the high-flying Dr. Ihetu. After just about 2 years return to Shell, this was the behest of the Nigerian government, setting up the local exploration and production company in the Nigerian National Oil Company, which later became NNPC. This, no doubt, was a tough decision, as it meant leaving the certainty of Shell to the uncertainty of NELC. But he took the plunge, and he was better for it. In spite of all the hiccups, he paid tribute to the top managers of the NELC, whose ingenuity ensured that without infrastructure nor work tools, the company did very well and successfully took off. The leaders were Mr. Ben Osuno and Mr. Arrett Adams. He recalled how the NELC started with a team of indigenous engineers and geologists and a few offshore concessions. There were no seismic data nor technical information on the concessions, but the indigenous experts, through a dint of hard work, acquired and interpreted several kilometers of seismic data and drilled a few offshore wells with an above international average success rate. The book goes on to narrate the story of the merger of the Ministry of Petroleum, the regulator with the NIOC, the regulator to form the NNPC in 1977. This action fell shortly after, as the NNPC could not regulate itself, leading to the reinstatement of the ministry in 1986 and the creation of DPR. The author is of the opinion that the controversies around the NERC and Ministry of Petroleum between 1973 and 1977 and the subsequent decision to merge the two entities were ill-conceived and only had the overall effect of setting the progress of the petroleum industry back by many years. On the missing 2.8 billion rumor, Dr. Ihetu believes it was a political hatchet job which had no substance. However, it was hyped so much that the NNPC management shook to its fabric. He believes the matter was not properly handled by the government of the day, even though the Justice Arifeke panel was set up in 1980. The dust generated by the rumor, which turned out to be false, hurt the NNPC and the petroleum industry badly. Dr. Ihetu does not hold the view that the NNPC was performed to its full potentials. What were lack of shared vision, lack of continuity, and incessant government interference? This was not the case with international oil companies and other national oil companies elsewhere, where we were more focused, result-driven, efficient, and independent. Because of time, I think I have to. In 1990, Dr. Ihetu was appointed the CEO of NLNG from NNPC. The difference between the NNPC and NLNG was very clear. The NLNG was properly structured and professionally run without government interference. The author feels that it was a high point of his career. The party did not last too long, as a bribery scandal rocked this otherwise well-structured company in 1995 after he had left NLNG. It was alleged that government officials and some members of management were involved in a $152 bribery scandal from Halliburton. Owners of one of the companies that formed the consortium, TSKG, Technip of France, Snamporogeti of Italy, Kellogg, a Halliburton company of the US, and Japan Gas Company of Japan, that won the EFC contract. The US, with its anti-corruption laws, jailed some top executives of Halliburton. Let me quickly go to the last page. Please pardon me because of time. By 1992, Dr. Ihetu was removed with other board members of NLNG following a disagreement with government. The author records that the reason for the sack was not very clear at the time. Later revelations, however, held that the main reason for the sack was because the government had spent or borrowed the funds accrued for the project. Dr. Ihetu, who was seconded from the NNPC, had to go back to assume the role of MD of Nigerian Gas Company and later Group Executive Director. Interestingly, the author had been removed 3 years before the bribery scandal and was unscattered by the revelation. Dr. Ihetu retired in 1999, leaving a strong imprint in the oil industry and living with a 40-year solid experience from a sector that remains in the commanding heights of the economy. Having taken some rest post-retirement, Dr. Ihetu, who had refused to be tired, set up his own business. It was expected that he would love to continue to impact both in the industry and larger society. He, therefore, has been involved in industry advocacy, social, community services, and religious engagements. To keep practitioners together, Dr. Ihetu and some colleagues set up the Petroleum Club Lagos in 2006. Interestingly, where we are today is at Petroleum Club. Okay, the last one, please. Dr. Ihetu concludes this excellent book with 2 amazing chapters. The last but one chapter delves into his spiritual life, faith, values, and beliefs, while the last chapter challenges us to depart from the practices of praising people when they are dead rather than when they are alive. Quoting an anonymous author, Dr. Ihedu had this to say, "When I am dead, your tears will flow, but I won't know. Cry with me now. You will send flowers, but I won't see. Send them now instead. You will say words of praise, but I won't hear. Praise me now instead." In keeping with this admonition, he took liberty to share some tributes he received on his 70th and 80th birthdays. Out of all the generous and beautiful comments, the one that appealed to me most was from Kunle, and it read, "Much respected, most youthful octogenarian ever." Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is a whole lot more to say, but I must stop here so that I do not discourage you from picking up copies of this unputdownable book to read. After all, it was Winston Churchill who once remarked that a good review should be like a lady's skirt, long enough to cover the subject matter and short enough to create interest. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Long enough to cover the subject matter and short enough to reveal interesting parts. Don't make people start looking at my schedule. All right, thank you very much. Another applause, please. Okay, we're making progress. And for the official presentation of this book, before we go go back online to connect with His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, who is waiting eagerly to yield the floor to him. May I invite at this point His Royal Majesty. Sir, I'll come to you last so that I don't keep you waiting, standing for a long time. So let me get all those who will flank you and the book so that we go on immediately with the book presentation. Dr. Ogechi Okpete, this is a good time to please step forward towards the stage, yes, for the book presentation proper. And of course, the representative of the Amayanaba of Grand Bonny Kingdom. Sir, this is a good time to make your way back on stage. Thank you all. You have blessed us with your time and your contributions already. But please come back on. I would also like to invite, NURPC, you're here already. Mr. Ogoju, please join us, the founder and convener of this event, the founder of NESH. Thank you for being here. And the author, of course. How can this be complete without inviting the author? Our 81-year-old, elegant, well-styled, amazing author. Yes, Dr. Godswill Ihetu. Thank you for blessing us with that material. And you shall give your speech very soon, sir. But I shall invite at this point the Director of Environmental Protection and Control, Engineer Onoha Obeka, NDDC. Please come forward, sir. Yes. We'll have time for your brief remarks, but please join them here on stage. I very well know I'm missing. Yes, the representative of River State chapter of Algon. Yes, sir, Barrister, please make your way on stage. And we shall now create room for royalty. We shall create room for royalty now as I invite His Royal Majesty, King Dietes V, please, sir. A round of applause as he comes forward. Fireworks, prepare to do your thing. But this is the highlight of this book representation. The presentation proper was done, the first presentation was done last month in Lagos. But Port Harcourt being the oil and gas headquarters of Nigeria, we're here to do it again. I shall bring the mic to you now.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have before us a book that has opened the eyes of many of us and given us an insight. I have a saying, it takes a genius to discover a genius. So we have a genius standing by us here. He's a friend and member of the family. He was in Yaba with my elder brother, who was born on Christmas Day. Very, very blessed young man. My immediate elder brother. He also was with NNPC. He's retired now. I was delighted to be. But you mentioned to me that you were. And when you told me about your journey from Louisville through the NNPC, NO, RC, and all those, all the way to the NLNG and the gas company and so on, and you're still standing strong. All I can say is that we thank God for your life. This book would be a book reference for a lot of students in the oil industry, and I have no doubt that it will make very interesting reading. And the crowd here to witness this presentation is another collection of timber and caliber. So it is my pleasure on behalf of my friend and brother, His Excellency Peter Obi, who was scheduled to do this, but with the elective situation of our telecommunications, I think the lot has fallen on me to make this presentation. Here we are. Bring it up. Bring a copy. Oh, we want to carry it over. Well, behold the book from Oloibri to Bonny. By the way, my father was postmaster of Owerri in 1951 when Shell came, and they wanted him to leave the P&T and take up a job with Shell, and said, God forbid. So he's one of his clerks and colleagues then, Alex Onyado, said, yeah, so he said, that is a big, he said, me leave our government work to go and join some company just coming from nowhere. No way. So if you want, I can recommend you. That's how Alex Onyado became the L&L for Shell. These things, bring me a lot of memory. But here again, when you talk of going or, leaving school and then picking up a job, in those days, I still remember I got into Lagos in 1961, and it was not easy. I went to the naval base several times and dropped applications, and I know it didn't go past the boys at the gate. They must have used my paperwork for something else. And my other brother, who was also a genius, they started the Emergency Science Center in Nikon. He graduated, he left school in 1957 and left the country in 1961. Believe it or not, he has not been back since then. He studied aeronautical engineering to the doctorate level, and it was picked up by Ford and one of their development and team. And I think he still has his 1961 Nigerian passport. They wouldn't even let him out of sight because of their secrecy and controls. But these are the sort of things that bring back a lot of memories to me. And I would like to say to you a big congratulations. We are very proud of you. And behold the book. Highly recommended for everyone. I thank you very much. God bless you all.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on
Stand
me.
up.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up.
Amazing. Paparazzi, I know you're catching everything. Congratulations once again, and thank you very much, sir, for that amazing presentation. And thank you once again, Dr. Ihe, for that amazing piece of work. So, say all you may about the negative things that COVID brought. COVID also brought some really positive things. Today's event is an example of such. We have a lot of people here, physically present, but we have an equally large number of people connected online. So this is a hybrid event. Before COVID, nobody would have thought of this. But today we're here. We don't all have to be here physically. Some of us are connected online. So our dear online participants, we haven't forgotten you. We see you and we thank you. Speaking about thanks, even though I know it shall come in a vote of thanks, but this is a good time to appreciate our sponsors. Speaking, of course, of NDDC, River State Chapter of Algon, we thank you. Zenith Bank, we thank you. SPDC, All Data Group, thank you very much for supporting the program. Century Group, we thank you. Avian Offshore, and of course, Seplat Energy, thank you very much. And of what use will all of that be if we are not here? So to all participants, thank you very much as well. I hinted that His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate, shall be making his speech very soon. But before we get to that, let's take some words from the CEO of NDDC, who is ably represented here by Engineer Onoha Obeka. Engineer Onoha, you're welcome, and you are the Director, Environmental Protection and Control at NDDC. It's all yours. If you may please come to the lectern. A round of applause, please.
Your Excellencies, His Royal Majesty, Amainabo of Brass, CEOs of various companies here represented, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me appeal to you to stand on existing protocol. I came in a bit late to the program because we had a very short notice of this program, and it was difficult to get our act together. But thank God I'm here, and I'm here representing the Interim Administrator, Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, who is unavoidably absent. Well, the reason I came in his stead is because the discussion we are holding today happened to be around the environment. And so I think I am eminently qualified to speak on the environment as Director, Environmental Protection and Control of NDDC. And from my investigation into the subject matter for today, I understand that the Nigerian Enterprise Summits and Honors, who happen to be the host, the lead host for this occasion, is bringing us together on an oil and gas roundtable, and we are specifically talking about Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. The events of, the recent past has made us wonder where we are heading to as a country. There is frequent attacks by Niger Delta militants on oil pipelines and, various infrastructure in the oil industry. And this has brought about untold hardship to, the communities, and has also plundered our arable land for agriculture, causing in its wake economic losses in terms of government revenue. And so this is an important occasion for all stakeholders to come together and rub minds on what needs to be done to stem this tide. This is coming at a time when Nigeria would have been in boom, considering the Russian-Ukrainian war that is currently ongoing and the oil prices escalating. But here we are, unable to meet our quota to the international oil market. And this is a situation that, leaves us with regrets. And so it will be important that as we go on with our discussion this afternoon, if we have not done that, I'm sure we'll be able to look at the various factors that are responsible for what is going on at the moment. And some of them I want to dare to say will be poor governance structure, weak legal system, environmental degradation, and all of that. In NDDC, we advocate for a more proactive governance system in the provision of infrastructure, effective environmental management to bring to an end the crude pipeline vandalism. We are presently seeking for collaboration of sister agencies and IOCs, international oil companies, in addressing the environmental issues within the Niger Delta region. And for this purpose, we thought it wise that we should come together and form the Niger Delta Environmental Forum. That's right. This is in our estimation, will promote the socio-economic well-being of the Niger Delta oil-producing communities and enhance environmental sustainability of the region. As we are all aware, the Niger Delta is one of the richest oil-producing areas in Nigeria and the largest wetland in Africa. The region is estimated to have 37 billion barrels of oil reserves and about 168 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves. And then the oil sector, interestingly, accounts for 90% of Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings, which majorly comes from the Niger Delta region. However, The region is considered one of the most oil-impacted regions in the world due to poor regulated oil activities. And other factors that have contributed to environmental degradation of the region over the years include gas flaring, industrial pollution, oil spillage, etc. The federal government, through the NDDC, have consistently tried to ameliorate some of the problems occasioned by these environmental challenges. However, a lot still needs to be done, which can be achieved through public enlightenment, such as we are having today, collaboration and well-defined governance structure, and strengthening of the public institutions. Other factors will include, oil theft, crude oil theft, lack of effective implementation of environmental laws, institutional weakness, and etc. So I want to believe that at the end of today, from the panel discussions, we'll be able to find credible and sustainable solutions that will help us recover from the crude oil theft and pipeline vandalism. It's something that has caused a lot of stir across the region, and we are passionate about seeking for solutions. We need to come together as institutions, as operators in the oil industry, to find a lasting solution to this menace. It's important that in the past few years, when the Vice President visited the Niger Delta area, he promised us that there was need to organize these youths into, how do I put it, into a collection of artisanal oil refinery producers by giving them licenses for the modular refinery so that they will no longer have need to go and puncture the pipes and steal the crude for artisanal refinery, which is causing a lot of environmental pollution. The air quality of Port Harcourt and its environs as we speak is one of the worst in the world. And it has health implications and several other implications that we cannot gloss over. So I want to appeal that in our discussion, let's try and see how we can reawaken this idea and push it to the next level, requesting that government do something more proactive to bring succor to this problem. I want to, on this note, bring my special greetings from the MDCO and thank all participants and wish us all a fruitful deliberation in today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. There is currently nothing in the way between us and the next segment, which of course would be the panel conversation. We shall still connect online very soon to take messages from our online participants. And I should also mention here that some of our panelists are online. Again, these are dividends of Corona, and I'm not saying Corona was such an amazing thing, but yes, it has given us the ability to carry out a hybrid event such as this one. It's at this juncture that I would like to invite the moderator for the panel segment. I would hand over the affairs of that segment to him. I'm speaking, of course, of a man who has profound understanding of the oil and gas industry. He is a man who is a heavyweight in every sense of the word. I mean, clearly that's why he will be handling the affairs of the panel that he's about to introduce. The theme remains Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. And so you'll find that the theme for both panels which we shall have as one, would revolve around this theme. So I shall invite now a man who is an entrepreneur by passion, a geophysical engineer by training, and an OPM alumnus of the Harvard Business School. He is the founder and CEO of Oil Data Group. He's making things easy. He's on his feet already. Please make welcome Mr. Engineer Emeka Ene. He shall be handling the rest of the panel conversation, and I shall be back when you invite me at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent work. I'm just going to ask if someone can bring the, okay, we're already doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations again to, I don't think we should call him Dr. Eheto, we should call him Prof. I mean, with what His Majesty, all the very nice words that he said, I think we can declare him Prof today. Thank you very much. You see, we live in very interesting times, and it is very significant that the title of the book is From Oloibiri to Bonny, because if you take the title and place it against what we are going through now, indeed, it's been a journey, but we're also going through very interesting times right now in our oil industry. And we can't live here without talking about what's going on. Two things we're going to be discussing today in one panel. The first one is on the environment. I put the environment first. And of course, one of the things feeding that environment right now is the whole issue of crude oil theft. Now, it obviously goes beyond just the surface, but the root causes are complex and intertwined in ways and means in which the very smart and experienced panelists are going to talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole idea of NESH and the whole idea of this engagement is to see how, in taking steps, we can discuss and find ways and means to move our environment and our industry forward. Anybody who lives in Port Harcourt will know or have experienced the weather and the suits, the black suit. And I can tell you that this is something that is real and is experienced directly. On that note, we have a very, very interesting panel. I would like to encourage everybody to be interactive and participate. We have 3 people that are going to join us online, and we have physically 2 other panelists. It's my pleasure to invite to the podium Barrister Sam Otoboeze, who's the CEO of Abacus Integrated Security Limited. Barrister Sam, please, can we give him a hand as he comes up? Yeah. I'll need someone to help me just move the podium. Yeah, move it closer. No, okay, because of the screen. Okay, all right, that's fine. We can live with that. That's okay. Maybe turn the chairs a little bit this way so that I can talk with them. Okay, I'll also like to invite Nosa Aigbedion, is the Zonal Director South-South of NESRA. Yes, sir. Moderator will stay here. So you can sit there. Because I'm converting you now into a panelist. So sit there. No, I'll call it. Is Nosa here? Nosa, please come to the high table. Please, let's give him a hand as he comes here. Thank you very much, Nosa, for being here. Online, we have Mr. Charles Achodo. He's a Senior Director, Next Year SPD. Is Charles online? Charles, excellent. Thank you very much. Confirm that you can hear me, Charles. Just nod your head. Excellent. Thank you, Charles. And then we also have online Mr. Joe Wankwe. He's a partner in Zera Advisory and Consulting and a past chairman of the Society of Petroleum Engineers in Nigeria. Joe, welcome. Yeah, just give us a wave, a presidential wave. Sir, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much. Now, we also have online Mr. Idris Musa. He's the DG for Nostra. Mr. Idris, thank you and welcome. Thank you for joining us. We have an excellent panel. We're going to be talking about crude oil theft and the environment. And to set the stage, we are going to invite first Barrister Sam to come and give us a presentation, 10 minutes, 10-minute presentation, and then I will give the opportunity for every panelist to have 5 minutes to make your comments. And then hopefully in that time, I would like to encourage folks who are online and the experienced and very distinguished members of the audience who are present, who have any questions to contribute, please take a note of them, and we'll put the panelists, both those in the cloud and those physically present, under some pressure to pull out some of those things that we know that reside inside them. On that note, without wasting any time, I'd like to invite Sam to the podium, please. Sam, please, let's give him a hand as he comes.
Okay, I want to stand on existing protocol to save time because it appears I'm the only one being regulated. 10 minutes, but I have to recognize His Majesty, and please share the recognition with others. I welcome all of you. It's my pleasure to be in your midst. I would have also loved for us to have just 1 or 2 minutes, standing, because we've been sitting for more than 2 hours for economic purpose. It will not stop me from what I'm saying. But if you feel like that way, you can just stand up and move a little around to exercise yourself. What we are talking about is a very clear thing. In our normal parlance, this guy is hustling, and that is why we're here. So one man's meat, another man's poison. He's hustling here, and he wouldn't accept that it's doing anything wrong. And this has been mentioned over and over again. The topic very great, sustainable. From the presentations we have had, it's obvious that a whole lot of achievements have been made, but we've not been able to sustain, what we put in place to reduce or curb theft of crude. So what we are talking is, now, how do we sustain this? Our agenda is very simple, it's short. I'll try to do this within 10 minutes. Introduction will be all 2 phases, myself and the subject matter. Sam Otobeze is my name. I'm a security consultant, especially in oil and gas, a security professional, practitioner, I'm CPP, and of course in safety, I'm also certified. I'm the immediate past general manager of NNPC for security. And of course, I'm managing my own operation now and consulting on things like this. I'm a legal practitioner and of course, Barrister Sam Otobeze, Foundation President. The other side that we're projecting to show the alternative ways that we can secure the society without carrying guns. By way of the subject matter focus, we're all concerned, and that's why we're here, that oil and gas has become the most attractive area to criminals by way of attack, either for sabotage or for some other reason that might be political, it could be for financial and sabotage, whatever. And of course, the effect has been very, very significant, both on human and material resources. The impact apart from the direct impact, the consequential impact is also very heavy. You can just imagine the downtime. You can just imagine the unemployment situation that is creating, because by the time companies start folding up and start moving to Ghana or somewhere else, it's creating unemployment. And that is consequential impact. You can also, we also consider about it, we also have that we have potential, solution to this, to end this perennial, problem. And it's one single thing, the deployment of integrated security system, including people, technology, and of course, legislation. Security is like safety. Every security incident is preventable. It depends on how you go about this. And we are convinced, by my 40 years in security from government to other institutions, I am convinced that we can deal with this. It depends on how determined the stakeholders want to deal with the situation. In retrospect, just a glance of what, the magnitude it used to be from 2012 to 2016. We can see, I had a discussion in Brazil with other companies. I was ashamed of bringing this out when Mexico, about 50 cases, other places, about 10 cases, Nigeria, 3,000 and something incidents. I couldn't bring it out because it just looks like somebody will be asking me, what's the problem of your country? Then we'll be looking at the current theft summary profile. Let's have at the back of our mind what it used to be and the trajectory, how it was up, how we got down, and how it's gone up again. And then we'll think, is there anything we can do? The answer is yes. From a point of view of crude loss between 2019 and 2019 and 2022, you can see the significant, loss in number, 1.2 million barrels. When you are looking at the money, Naira, you can see how it has increased. You can see between 2020 and now, how it has increased. 2.4, we're talking of trillion in 28 months. Then you can also see 3.5 estimated loss again in money, in dollars. Then you can see the reversal position that of the 100% pumped, only about 5% will get to the actual destination. What is this telling us? We're grinding to a halt. Unfortunately, the crude oil remains the mainstay of the national economy. So if this is happening now in 2022, what are we going to be expecting by 2025? If nothing drastic is not done, then of course it is, nobody wants to be a prophet of doom, but it looks like doomsday in the making. Then when we look at this, and then see it by yourself, record not coming from me, it's open record. You look at, generally you are having 2.453 trillion in 2 years. The breakdown of the losses you can see in 2020, 15.71. In 2021, 1.67 trillion. In 2022, between January and April, just first quarter, we're having 623 billion. Okay, so you can imagine what it will be by the time we get to December if nothing serious is done. Then drive it down a little bit and look at 2020 again and see 39.6 million barrels lost, an average of 107.2 on daily basis. Then look at 2021, 73 million barrels lost, an average of 200,000 barrels per day. And within the time we're talking in this year, an average of 250,000 barrels per day. Again, is not something that we go to bed and say is not our portion. Then let's look at the past and current measures. Is it that nothing has been done in the past? No, things have been done. But again, the question is the sustainability. Have they been able to be sustained? If not, what do we do? Of course, the amnesty program was one of the measures, but you see, it had its own problem. It had an entry point, no exit point. So it becomes like an employment, paying people not doing anything. And as you pay them, more youth keep coming up. Are we going to be paying them? So, a very good program, but it needs something more, strategic. To review and say, okay, this is the entry point. At this point, these guys will now, move to this level and then become productive. And the new guys will come up and take their position. But I think we may be thinking about retirement benefit for those who with whom the program was started. Because in few years' time, they will be due for retirement benefit. Of course, the establishment of some institutions, NDDC, Minister of Niger Delta, these are good programs. Engagement of former militants to provide pipeline surveillance, that was also part of the plan. IOC's corporate social responsibility implementation, yeah. Engagement of contractors to provide maintenance, security. It was a kind of proof of concept. Take charge of the whole thing, maintain it, secure it, give us the money. You will pay for whatever that gets lost. It didn't stop it because, it's like getting one person and handing over your whole entire economy and say, handle this for me if anything gets lost. Assuming it gets lost more than he can pay, are you going to kill him? No. Stakeholders consultation for peaceful resolution was part of it. Engagement of GSS to say, okay, you know what? The oil is national asset. Those who will protect this should be the security agents. So protect this. But has it ended the problem? No. It has continued to be there. Going forward. Why are we going forward? Because what we have been doing in the past has not been able to address the issue and sustain what we want to sustain. But we believe that that is sustainable. One way is to adopt and apply the principle of integrated security concept to increase efficiency and effectiveness in oil and gas protection in the most cost-effective manner. I will demonstrate that. Deploy the industry-wide standard model for community-based security strategy for the protection of oil and gas assets as conceptualized and developed by the former GM Security and reviewed, adopted by EU and next year. Let me talk about this. When we look at the situation in NNPC after 1 year, that I left Mobu to get there, and I saw that we were not making the steps that we needed to change them, we come up with a concept. Now look, there should be a very structured community engagement that will make them part and parcel of the ownership. Not that they are going to be sharing from the profit. You see, when I was hunting as a village boy, you will tell your dog that if any animal he catches, it belongs to it or to him. But when he kills any game or animal, you will take it from the dog and, of course, give the bond something to chew. Tomorrow he will be ready to go with you. But the issue of we versus them has never helped us to get this problem solved. So, and we developed a concept, and that was, after making a presentation to the minister then, he felt interested and then invited incidentally, he's supposed to be moderate this, and I made another presentation, and then he invited EU, that EU should be interested in this, and they came from Dakar. After the presentation, they became very interested, and that's how now further research was done. Unfortunately, they all agreed with me that community-based security strategy as an arm of the integrated security solution would be a very, very great opportunity to stop this. But unfortunately, that has not been launched. It has been fully developed. And I know that if it is done, it's going to help us. Then identify and align, key security stakeholders responsible for the protection. And that is in the, is in the structure for the community-based strategy. And of course, ensuring the wide application of this, whether it's in the Niger Delta or in the West or in the North, is going to work. Now, talking about integrated security system, this is what we mean. You see, at the center is oil and gas. Surrounding the oil and gas, the people. You just need the people. That's where the community comes in. That's where the government security agents come in. That's where other stakeholders, the IOCs, they form part of these people. It's all restructuring. Then, of course, technology. You see, we cannot achieve this without really engaging, technology. The world has moved forward. And you see, how I wish we would do it, because you can just imagine where what we were conceptualizing then was done. Have drone technology, of course, have the producer in the country, have drone technology, collapse resources in monitoring the pipelines to one, because one UAV can monitor most of the segments at the same time. Why do we spend, Shell will spend, Chevron will spend, NNPC will spend, you see, just rearing number for one allergy, and we are spending so much for that. I don't think it's helping anybody. So assuming this is collapse, because of the contiguous nature of the pipelines, do we need to multiply all this? But we have a technology, and the dream that time was have this, company, stationed in the country, so that if there's any breakage or any problem, it can be replaced. Reduce costs, have this run through the line, and you see, it will not check the human beings.
5 minutes more.
How many?
I give you an extra 5
Okay,
minutes.
thank you. You see, it will moderate what we're doing, because we're all involved. If you have a technology to monitor this, I will tell you this thing will end. It will end. Because in the first place, the drone will be there, it's monitoring you and I, and it's going to be sending real-time report that will be collected from, control center. And when you say, no, it's not me, they will bring and say, Sam, not be your face with this. And the deterrent impact is what can never be measured. It will be measured, it can be measured. Because when it is being applied, other people, when they get to know that there is something going on, they will stop. It's very easy. So bring the people, get them involved, get technology involved. Of course, we have legal institutions. How many people are in prison today? Yeah, we destroy all the people, all the things, like my friend there, you destroy his this thing today, tomorrow he build another one. That's not the way to fight criminal gang. You see, every criminal gang has a triangle. If you start from the base, you are just wasting your asset because you can't get it done. Why not go to the top? Chop it off. They will lack funding, they will lack support, they will lack recruitment, and they will disperse. What we are doing is going to the base. You kill today, you kill 5 today, tomorrow 10 will come, and then will continue. So having integrated security principle applied is going to help us sustain what we want to achieve. And as a consultant, I'll bet for it. This is a structure which both of us, next year on behalf of European Union and ourselves adopted. And again, it's not been, it's not been launched. You can imagine a situation where we have Oil and Gas Security Consultative Council, the way it's designed. Of course, this is just 10 minutes thing. And we have all these segments involved, and we have technology, and we have the law. Now tell me whether the Holy Spirit will come do them. It's not going to happen. Benefits. You see, wide range of stakeholder involvement is the benefit we're going to drive if we do the right thing. We will have harmonized industry security costs and reduce overall spend if we get involved seriously to address the issue. We will have defined accountability and responsibility within centralized and coordinated structure. That's very doable. And we have, and of course, incentives tied to pipeline protection performance. Your community is involved, and if at the end of the year nothing happens, this is additional incentive. Everybody will, be part of that because something is coming. Structured consequence management across industry and host communities. And that's the structure I was showing you, again, not something that this lecture will take. But when you have that structure, you have now a structured consequence management system. That whoever that breaches it, then will go in for it. And we see it happening, and deterrence will kick in. We demilitarize the region. And we wouldn't have any space for people to lobby to come to Niger Delta to protect oil and gas pipeline while enriching themselves. We will liberate our military men to go back and then protect the country. We liberate the policemen to go back and then fight against other crimes other than pipeline. Because this is the most attractive place to go. Because the return on that investment is huge. Above all, it's going to create job employment because people will be involved. Finally, and most importantly, while we are here, will be achieved. It will drastically reduce vandalism and theft of the crude. Thank you very much. If you have questions for me, I will take.
Thank you very much for this awesome presentation. I remember, I don't know how many people know, I remember working in the oil fields in Ogoni. And when I'm coming back, my boot is full of plantain. Or going to some villages just outside Nembe Creek many years ago. And, going to spend some time with the paramount chief, just on invitation. And of course, the welcome drink was something that we wouldn't want to contemplate, some very strong kai. And when I think back to those days, and not too long ago, the issue of security was not a big problem. So what happened? What happened that we're now dealing with these issues now? And Barrister Sam has quite given us this concept of an integrated security system. I'm going to, without wasting any more time, go across to the environmental part of our discussion by inviting Mr. Idris Musa, the DG of Nostra, to give us his insights. If you don't mind limiting to like 5 minutes, insights on the environment, environmental impact and solutions on how to mitigate the impact of crude oil thefts and of course the oil field activity generally on the environment, how we can convert those challenges into something positive. Our technology folks, do we have Idris on the line? Can we hook him up so we can hear him? Do you mind testing your audio by just giving us a goodwill message?
Thank you very much, the convener and moderator. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you with a bit more volume here. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for making us part of this very important discourse. It's quite interesting to have you been a facilitator of this Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. It is quite a very interesting topic, and also a topic that is still very much live in Nigerian discourse. I will just take you briefly through some of those things that we are doing. I won't bother you with how the agency was established. I'm sure you already know that in our past dealings. We also not go so much into the functions fully, but what we are going to be discussing with you will be that NOSDRA is the federal government institutional framework statutorily responsible for the environmental regulations of the oil industry in Nigeria. And we try to ensure compliance with all existing environmental legislation and the detection of oil spills in the petroleum sector, and also ensuring timely, effective, and appropriate response to all oil spills as well as protecting threatened environment, and also ensuring cleanup and remediation of all impacted sites to the best practical extent. These are just a few of some of the functions that we have. In the course of the panel discussion, we'll expatiate more on some of these things. We can just take briefly, so what are the causes of these oil spills? Just like the last speaker said, if you take a look at these causes of oil spills, we have corrosion, equipment failure, maintenance error. We call them put together operational error. This is the only source that anybody can quote worldwide without covering his face. But when you get to issue of vandalism, oil theft, artisanal refining, just like he said, at international fora, we find it extremely difficult presenting the oil spill records of Nigeria because somebody will ask you, what's going wrong? Is it caused by people who have sense? And then you even feel bad about yourself. You can't even see it. When other smaller countries producing oil present their own statistics, you have to keep your bogus statistics by yourself. Because how do you tell people that you record 3,000 spills in a year, or in an average within a period of a few years, you have about 9,000, 10,000 oil spill incidents? Oil spill is supposed to be an accidental phenomenon, not a regular thing or routine as we have it here. And looking at that, just by figure, corrosion in among all a total spill of 12,953 by our record, and the source is the Nigeria NOSDRA oil spill monitor. We call it Nigeria oil spill monitor. You can check it. You can Google it and check it using our website. We have spill due to corrosion being 1,016, equipment failure 1,754, operational maintenance 356, but sabotage accounts for 9,530. If you put this together, you see that it is something that is not even good enough for the hearing of those who want to bring in foreign direct investment in the oil and gas industry. It's very, very discouraging. Nobody will want to invest in a place where you have this kind of statistics, but that is the reality on ground. And the last speaker has given information as to those who engage in this, how they do it, and so on and so forth. So we won't bother you that. But this pie chart is just an example of what the issues are. Sabotage is the one that is in brown, and you can see the other one. So you can take a percentage of that. That's about 73% of the oil spills here are caused by oil theft, artisanal refining, vandalism. We go to prevalence of these oil spills. A very high percentage of oil spills in Nigeria as a result of sabotage in the form of oil theft, pipeline vandalism, artisanal refining, and illegal oil bunkering. And most of these incidents occur prior to festivities, such as Christmas, New Year, and Easter celebrations. No doubt about that. Those of us who are in this, we already have a trend. And that is the same time when you see a lot of community complaints and so on and so forth, as if it is something that is very good to hear to the ears, that you are asking for claims on something that you caused by yourself. And so again, some of the probable perceived reasons for engaging in this: one, poverty and inequality; perceived and actual discrimination; lacking capacity to legitimately benefit from the oil industry; crime and criminal cartels. No doubt about it, a number of oil companies will do what we call MOU, GMOU. Some of them do fail. And what would the host communities do? They also try to avenge. And in the course of that, some of them go into vandalizing the equipment of the oil industry operators. And that, again, is also compounding the problem of the host communities. So, because when you do any vandalism, there will be no compensation at all. All that will be required is cleanup and remediation. No compensation because it will tantamount to rewarding criminality. You can see then you have a high number of unemployed youths and armed ethnic militias. Let me just say this. In the course of having the amnesty program, a number of our young boys and girls were sent overseas for training. Many of them have returned. But where are they? Are they employed? Are they engaged by any of the oil companies operating? And if they're engaged, what is the percentage compared to the number that are trained? What are the alternative livelihoods meant for these people? They are not there. So you can see they have to get themselves engaged in some of these things. And if you take the statistics again, quite a number of these people are into this illegal oil refining. Then we have ineffective law enforcement. A number of the places we have gone to see security posts very close, either by the JTF or by the local vigilante that the oil companies engage, and just a stone throw, a shouting distance, you see act of vandalism. So who is responsible? Who did not do his work? And what has really happened to some of those that were given these responsibilities and didn't do it? And that is why we come to issue of low conviction rates, if at all, for those caught by the judiciary. And then we have the ease of threatening or corrupting oil industry staff to assist in bunkering. That cannot be ruled out at all. We have said this before, that in the course of this, those who don't have knowledge of this cannot go straight into this industry to do the kind of havoc that have been done. It requires somebody who has worked in that system before and who has the knowledge, or somebody who has been trained, like those who are sent for international courses as part of the amnesty program. Then you have what we can refer to as international networks, including West African linkages that facilitate market access and financial transactions. How do the crude oil stolen from this? Because it goes to two sources. One, the one stolen and cooked locally in the gas of the coal fire, and then those that are ferried out in barges or smaller boats into waiting modern maritime tankers that are transacted within the West African neighboring countries, and those that are even taken offshore. In the past, we have seen where a maritime tanker went as close as Okolo Launch near Bonny to steal crude oil and got grounded. So what happened to that? It got grounded because of the low tide. Where is the prosecution of that? Why is the sentence? So these are some of the things that we have. Then we have inadequate surveillance of pipelines and other facilities. We have said many times, when you give communities the task of watching over your pipeline, I see that as purely public relations. How can somebody who does not even have more than a baton, because it's not legally equipped or given license to hold arms and ammunition, guide what somebody that comes with sophisticated arms and ammunition to attack or stop? And I think the oil companies need to begin to take a look at what they are doing. The spending, just in February this year, there was a newspaper report that said that about 700 billion naira is spent on pipelines, repairs, and maintenance. For God's sake, if you go, and this is quoted from original source, it is not guesswork, it is something that was said. If you spend just 10% of this amount into providing technology to guide this, you will be, all this talk we are making about crude oil theft and this will be a thing of the past. They don't do such in Saudi Arabia or even Cameroon or Ghana or Angola here. They don't do that. They have technology that guides the pipeline's assets. But here we give it to locals who don't even understand what is being done there. I think we need to do something better. And then the strong network of syndicate groups, I've mentioned that earlier, between professionals and the criminals, that of course poor economic measures into the whole thing. We go into some of the environmental aspects. I will show you, this is one, for instance. This is a recent one. This one happened in the shore of Hundu, and sorry, this was the KS Endeavor some time back at Funiwa feed. That was a long time ago. You can see in this particular slide, what appeared to be gray there is supposed to be green like the other part, but you can see the impact of oil into that particular environment. These are the kind of things we are talking about. See how a valve is installed on the pipeline, and then they just put their hose there and begin to siphon. All this that you are seeing, this is like an island, a desert rather. This is supposed to be lush green. What has gone off here are mangroves. You can still see the prop of the mangrove, but the entire trunk of the mangrove and the leaves and the branches have been burnt off as a result of a fire incident. And this is just in Komkom, in River State, just on the way to Abadia. You see this one also, a recent incident at Ijegun in Lagos, where within the town, for instance, and this is supposed to be under the surveillance of some contractors, and see what has happened there. Stealing of petroleum products. You see the same thing here at Ijegun. You see this is the recent one, Santa Barbara incident. And there, of course, the creek there was heavily polluted. Same thing with the vegetation along the bank of the creek. This is still part of it. This is a recent one. We're just taking you through what the environment, the impact of this on the environment is. You can see this is the recent Imo State explosion. You can see dead bodies. You can see some of the vehicles that are used to transport the petroleum products that are cooled in that area to wherever their customers are. And this is some of those vegetation that are already despoiled as a result of that. The same thing, you have the impact of the artisanal refining. We have a good map of all the areas where some of these things are done, both in Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, Imo, and so on and so forth, and Abia. This is the coal fire incident, the artisanal refining. You can see the way that gentleman is busy carrying a drum and then will not wear anything. The outcome of this, or the impact of this on his head, will be after some time, the whole body that is oiled now will become taken over by rashes, and the next thing will be death. You can see the activities in play. You can see from this slide, for instance, at the edges, you see how lush green this is. The entire place there that is gray is as a result of the coal fire incident that has completely ravaged the vegetation that is supposed to be lush green like this. And you can see ponds of oil that have been refined before the place was set ablaze. Same thing with this place. And then the impact of this is the diminishing ability of communities to bounce back from severe conflict. And when oil thieves get their money, they also encourage armed gangs, leading to widespread instability. We can also see from this, we have contamination of ground and surface water sources, which predominantly the people in the rural areas depend on for their domestic use. And also, we also see that the Nigerian independents, the Nigerian indigenous oil companies need to really speed up to environmental issues. Unlike the international oil companies, which you can shout on, and because of their being quoted in the foreign stock exchange in London, in New York, and some other places, the Nigerian oil companies, when they commit these crimes, when they have this environmental impact on the environment, they care much less, unlike the international oil companies. And that is one area that we are focusing on now to take them up effectively in dealing with environmental management. Yes, we are Nigerians.
Begin to round up, sir. Begin to round up so that we can have a discussion.
Yes, please. So we also have some of those measures to address it, mainly increasing surveillance, but periodically we need to do environmental awareness campaign to dissuade our people. The prosecution of those who engage in this is very slow and ineffective, and something has to be done about it. We also need to apply more resources and invariably begin to intensify our efforts in the use of real-life satellite monitoring and surveillance. For instance, like the last speaker said, unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones, and then real-time oil and gas pipeline leak detection and monitoring system. Those are the things that we can quickly do, and then we see a drastic reduction, if not total moving away from the issue that we have now in terms of oil theft, artisanal refining, and then illegal oil bunkering. Thank you.
Please, let's give him a hand. That's a very full and detailed analysis. Again, please, if you have any questions, just note them down. We're going to go into the interactive session. I didn't ask the company how much time we had for this panel. Yes, okay. So I would like to call on Nosa Agbedion, right, to just give us your thoughts. If you don't mind limiting your conversation to 5 minutes, I know that we've taken up quite a bit of time. You can use the podium. I think the mic is there. Okay, we'll bring a mic to you, so you can choose to stay there or go to the podium. It's up to you. Yes, just 5 minutes, please. I will enforce my time back.
Good afternoon again. Your Excellencies, Presidents, and the ones joining via Zoom, His Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, captains of industries, CEOs. I'm actually standing representing the DGC of the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency. My name is Nosa Agbedion. Thank you very much. My name is Nosa Agbedion. I'm the Zonal Director, South-South of the agency. The subject of today's discussion is good for everyone. It talks on the Nigeria independence, players on this platform, what they're doing, crude oil theft, and possibly its impacts on the environment. But I'll be giving you just a brief of the DGCO before I touch on this area briefly. The voice you're hearing is my local voice here, but the message being transmitted is that of the DGCO of the agency, Professor Ali Ujero, who would have been here himself, but for exigency of duty, he couldn't just make it. And he said that it gives him great pleasure to be invited to this very important occasion of the 5th NESH Oil and Gas Roundtable meeting being organized by the Nigeria and Entrepreneurship Summit and honors. It is gratifying to note that the program has been designed to address topical issues, which I consider to be crucial in concretizing our efforts geared towards instituting good environmental governance, sustainable development, economic growth, and combating environmental pollution and degradation in the country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the importance of our gathering here today is to deliberate on issues relating to the Nigeria independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. We must bear in mind that oil activities have led to a series of degradation ranging from pollution of air, land, water, loss of biodiversity, as well as human health concerns, including acute respiratory infections and other with attendant high morbidity and mortality. I'm particularly glad that we have chosen to deliberate on a vital theme like this. This is topical. This topic is significant in the sense that it will avail the stakeholders the opportunity as a nation to take stock, reassess our activities that are impacting on the environment and socio-economic growth. It will also afford us the privilege of identifying and discussing the gaps between the environment, climate change, human impacts, and consequences for sustainable development and preferred solutions that will enable us strengthen our efforts towards averting disastrous impacts that will jeopardize our future and even that of generations unborn. Government has put in place various legal, institutional, and structural instruments to intervene by arresting the current dangerous trend of environmental degradation and restore environmental integrity and promote sustainable development. The federal government has made conscious efforts to protect the environment and manage its resources in a sustainable manner by putting in place institutional regulatory framework to protect each citizenry. The National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency is the national mechanism for environmental protection and enforcement towards sustainable development in the country, with a vision to ensure a cleaner and healthier environment for everyone, and a mission to inspire personal and collective responsibility in building an environmentally conscious society for the achievement of sustainable development in the country. In furtherance to this, the agency has developed about 34 regulations, national regulations, for various sectors of the economy. These, among others, include national environmental air quality control regulations and others that address issues of environmental pollution and sanitation. These regulations have provided the standards for the environmental media in the manufacturing sector, energy sector, and other ancillary activities that impinges on the environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the task ahead of us today demands concerted effort and mutually supportive one, for that matter, that will help reduce environmental degradation that results from oil theft. I believe that this conference will come up with communique that will further sensitize each sector to be more responsive to taking proactive measures towards protecting jealously our common heritage, our resources and economic base, and our life support system, which is the environment. Effective collaboration between relevant stakeholders has been identified as a key factor to achieve this goal. The socio-economic development of any nation requires multi-sectorial approach, where stakeholders contribute on the basis of their areas of expertise. In this regard, we should draw from the gains of this program and come up with strategies for effective collaboration in combating oil theft in the country, and by extension, reducing environmental pollution. Put together, I expect that this gathering will afford us the opportunity to learn from one another and make useful contribution towards, that to ensure pollution-free, safer, cleaner, and healthier environment for the nation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what are we talking about today? Because we're talking from environmental perspective. We have been in this field for a long time. We know the problems. The effects of oil pollution can be very long-lasting on the environment. We know very well. Oil pollution affects our water, affects the land, the soil, and also affects even the atmosphere. No one is safe from pollution. The environment has always been said as being our heritage, has been a commonwealth for us, has been our habitat. Every business aspect, whatever we're doing on this earth, can only be done under the atmosphere of a good environment. That is why the tenets of sustainable development anchors environment as one of the tripods on which that item actually stands. Pollution kills everything, even the animals, not just the surface animal, even the burrowing animals. Oil pollution can also kill by going into the holes and suffocate them, to death. The agricultural sector is not left out with respect to oil pollution. Oil pollution is a crime, and those involved in it should not be celebrated under any guise. Maybe when we start the discussion proper, we begin to look at areas, how this oil pollution actually come about and what we can actually do, either from the government perspective or from industry players, what we can do to curtail it and bring it to the barest minimum. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is not the only oil producing country. Some will say it's a third world problem. Nigeria is not the only third world also producing oil and gas. But why is our case so different? We wish to enjoin everyone to join not just government, even at community level, to begin to see this as an affront on our integrity, as an affront on our environment, so that as we discuss, we can come up with solution that will board us on how we can tackle this item of oil pollution, not just oil pollution, or the theft of crude, so that we can reduce pollution on our environment. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone today a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nosa. Thank you for those comments. I will again not waste too much time by calling on Mr. Joe Wankwe, partner, Zera Advisory and Consulting, and past chairman of the SPE, to please give us your comments. Joe, I know that you are loaded, but let me appeal to you to please limit the discussion to 5 minutes or less, so that we have a chance to take at least one round of questions. Joe.
I'll certainly do that. Thank you very much, Emeka. I'll stand on the existing protocols. There's no time. I won't recount the challenges and danger that this practice poses to not just the environment, but to the economy and the people. So I will just go straight to the solutions that has been preferred. I totally agree with Mr. Otobeze that an integrated solution is needed that will involve people, technology, and our laws. So that is very important. And I think it's something we need to do fast enough. We need to get that process going as quickly as possible, because I say this all the time, the PIA was predicated on the assumption that we will be able to attract investment in short order. If we do not, that industry will collapse. Now, your ability to attract investment is equally related to issues like security of your investment. If people will invest and not get the reward for that investment through theft, they will not make that investment. So I think I will just start from that perspective, that recounting the challenges are not, we just need to look at these solutions. A three-pronged approach, like Mr. Tobeze projected, I think will go a very long way in reducing that thing, the challenge in near term. It's possible, we just need to commit to it and work it. I think I'll stop there to make sure we optimize our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate your time consciousness. I would like Charles, last but not the least, to give us the cream on the cake. Charles Achodo, please, if you're still online, can you?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Can you also give us just a few minutes so at least we can take a round of questions before we wrap up? Charles, please go ahead.
Okay, then. I think in terms of the tradition taken by everybody, let me not take time on issues of protocol. Let me stand on the existing protocol. The facts are very clear. The data are there. The impact of all these on our economy is well understood. And like somebody will say, there is no problem this country has that doesn't have a solution. The solution is there. The whole thing is the absence of concerted and serious leadership to drive the implementation of solutions that have been identified. Sam did mention about the three strands of strategy that was put in place, and this was done years ago. And I think if this has been taken on, by now we would have gone far away from this issue. On issue that has to do with the theft itself, we have to acknowledge that this theft are not conducted by people from Mars. They are done by Nigerians. So it's Nigerians stealing their resources, destroying their environment. So let's get that straight. Secondly, it is not done mostly by people we call artisanal refiners. It is an organized criminal process, and it is done by those with the resources and solid understanding of the sophistication required to bust pipelines, tap the oil, ship it off. So we're not dealing with just small boys. We're dealing with people in high places. Yes, the Bible says Satan's demonic forces in high places. We have criminal elements in high places. And until we begin to look at this issue from that perspective, we're wasting our time. Because we cannot have a solution that has been in place and nobody wants to implement it. Finally, let me not take your time. You look at the issues of environmental degradation and how to enforce environmental regulations. You are not confronted with challenges of institutional mandates. The Ministry of Environment, the Petroleum Ministry, and NOSDRA, what role each has to play when it comes to that. So we really need to sit up in this country to address this issue. It is not just things done by artisanal refiners. No, it is done by criminal elements we have in our country. When theft is democratized, everyone is complicit. Let's just agree on that. When it is so brazen, when it is so pervasive, then everyone is complicit. You are either complicit by deliberate decision not to enforce oversight responsibilities, or you are complicit by actual involvement in what is happening in the country. Thank you very much.
Please, I think he deserves a better round of applause. Yes. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for their patience. We're going to do at least one round of questions. I already have some questions that have come in. This question, maybe I will put it to Barrister Sam. It's something concerning the integrated security system, people, technology, and legislation. Please, can you tell us what has to change? Because the people are already Nigerians, they are here. The technology is already available. The legislation is already there. So what has to change to make the integrated security system work?
Okay, yeah, they are there, but they are not functionally integrated. They need to be functionally integrated. The military is there, the community people are there, but everybody is running a straight line. The technology is not even there, so it can't be said to be there. I have not seen effective, a more purposeful deployed drone technology, and other technologies that will complement the effort of community. I have not seen the effective deployment of law, in dealing with the situation. I'm not saying that. You hear that people are arrested. Where are they? How many of them have been imprisoned? Who is learning from this? Where is the deterrent impact? If a system, a measure cannot provide deterrent impact, then it's ineffective. For community, there's a design that took a European Union next year, almost 1 year to review, that took them to all the communities. And while they were doing that, we saw the impact already. That the communities were already feeling that, whoa, we are part of this. They recognize us. There's a structure. It's just to bring this and holistically integrate this, to say, look, we are rearing this number for one allergy. We are competing, we are not collaborating. And by the time we start collaborating, we will achieve results. By the time we invest, one of the presenters, I think the Alaji, it was talking about 10% is too much. Bring 5% and we'll fix that problem. Just 10% of what it produces, we'll fix it. If it's not fixed, to be honest, what is it? It will be fixed. But the issue is that the commitment is not there. They're not there. The practical rim, not on the practical rim. You know when you want to solve a problem. Why don't you ask yourself, from 2012 to 2015, the graph was so high. Between 2016 to 2019, yeah, everything didn't go down, but it went down significantly. Why is there another ramp? And it ramps up and it continues to maintain a steady trajectory upward. So, does it show that the things are there? No. What needs to change is technology, appropriate technology need to be designed, and we have that for them.
Okay, let me stop you. Thank you. Please, let's give him a hand. I understand that Effiong Okon is online. Effiong, can you give us a few comments related to how you have dealt with the issue of crude evacuation in the West? From reports, it looks like you don't have as much challenges in the West evacuation through Forcados as you have, as we have experienced through Bonny. Can you give us just in a few words, please? We are really running behind time. Is Effiong online? Oh, we've lost him? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So anyway, let me talk to Mr. Idris, if he's still online. You know, he also painted a picture that said if only we are funded by 10%, this problem will disappear. Please, can you give us what needs to happen? Assuming that you have that money, now what are you going to do with it? Just give us briefly how you will solve the problem.
Thank you very much. We have said that a number of times, and I said 700 billion naira is said to have been spent on pipeline repairs and maintenance. And why are they repairing? It is because of the vandalized sections of the pipeline every year, every day, virtually every day, not even every year, every day. And we are saying to deploy technology does not even take more than 10% of what is spent. So why can't we do that? Nobody sends human beings to go and be watching pipeline. Would you be there in the dead of the night? Even if you are there, can you see? The technology will tell you where these people are at what point in time. It's not rocket science. There have been so many vendors from different sources that have made presentations, credible presentations, and we have always referred them to those who are in charge of these facilities. Are they taking, and why are they not taking? That's the issue. Because if these things happen, we even in Nigeria will be more effective than what it is now. Because oil spill, like I said, is supposed to be an accidental event, but it is routine. As I'm talking to you today, there is oil spill. There is no day you don't record at least 5 oil spill incidents. Should it be so? It shouldn't be. It's not done in any civilized climate at all, and we can prevent it. That's what we said. And the gentleman by your side also alluded to it that they will even spend up to that 10%. Those who have the technology have come in, Nigerians inclusive. Nigerians, foreigners have come. We can solve this problem. Those who are in charge, are they taking it? The answer is no. And then whose interest are they protecting? Is it the public? The government?
Sorry to interrupt you. How will you explain this? I know a particular technology for detection of illegal activity was introduced. After some months, they called the people and told them that they should calm down because they don't want to discover too many of these incidents. How will you explain that situation? That the technology is too advanced, too precise, that they don't want it to work the way it's working. So how do you explain that?
That is $1 billion question which I don't think I can answer. There are some people that are responsible for that. And what are we looking for? How to stop illegal oil theft. I mean, how to stop oil theft, vandalism. That's what we are looking for. So why must anybody be afraid or scared about detecting all these things? We detect them, arrest them, prosecute them, and do the needful. Nobody, see, up to now, oil still remains the mainstay of Nigeria's economy. Which country plays with its mainstay, the mainstay of its economy? And there are people in charge. My own charge is oil spill management. And when I even go beyond my own to say, look, we can stop this oil spill by engaging this technology. What else could you expect me to do? If I have the power, if I have the mandate, and I have the funding, 10% of what I said, we'll do it. It's doable. It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science. Thank you so much. Please, let's give him a hand. This is getting interesting. It's getting interesting. Nosa, please, you talked about safer, cleaner environment for the nation. You see, I don't want us to stay in the level of theory. The reality is that the pictures we have seen are sometimes almost like not on earth, unbelievable pictures. And we are looking at the pictures, we see people who have died as a result. We see people who are actually imbibing some very negative things into their bodies by a result of this activity. Can you give us one key? I'm not saying 3 keys. One key on how we can unlock this process. Is there any way in which we can solve this problem? What's the first key? What step? What do we need to do first today if you have to advise the president?
Thank you very much. Community engagement is the first key. As he just said, this is no rocket science. These boys going out to destroy our pipes, they left home. Their parents saw them, some of them. They have friends. They left their houses. Some people are even expected to go and come back with proceed. Community engagement is the main key. If we begin this community policing, where everyone becomes his brother keeper, not just physically, even on the environment, on issues that borders on economy, if we love ourselves as a nation. If we take posterity, as an element that will judge us if we didn't do well, or if we did not do well, we will get it right from that angle. Community engagement is key. Let us talk to ourselves. Let brothers talk to brothers. Let sisters talk to sisters. Let fathers talk to sons. Some fathers are even doing that, their sons are at home. Let sons also talk to fathers. Let's get it from this perspective. Community engagement. Let everyone be involved in stopping it. That way, the oil theft will reduce drastically, if not eliminated, and won't have this spate of pollution here and there. I think that is the first and major key. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you made a very important point about community engagement. Joe, please, can you give us the next step? Nosa has quite described community engagement, but somebody has to break the ice, crack the ice, because there has been GMOU, there have been success stories, there have been various experiences over time, as been described by the experienced panel. The question now is, what is creating this lack of consistency? Or can I say, do we give up? Is there hope? We are talking about you pump 250,000 barrels down the line and nothing will come out at the other end. It's unbelievable. In fact, sometimes you have to praise the technology involved in stealing 250,000 barrels. Imagine if we can convert that technology into something positive. So you have to really give it to them. For somebody to consistently steal 250,000 barrels per day, that's a lot. So Joe, please, where is the way out?
Okay, I would like to say a few things before I talk about the way out, very quickly. One is that, like Charles said, this is industrial scale theft. it is not the artisanal people. They wouldn't use that quantity of crude anyway, even if they wanted to cook all day. So there is quite a lot of large-scale movement of barges and vessels around this. So we need to, in considering a solution, we need to think about the marine environment and how secure it is. The other thing I would like to say is that we always jump to, talk about additional cost. Let's all recognize that today we are a very high cost producing environment. So anything that adds to the unit technical cost is a disadvantage, is a disincentive to investment. So government needs to rise up to its responsibility. Let's not lay this 10% on the companies. It will further reduce our competitiveness. We need to be very mindful of that. So government needs to carry out its role and not transfer it to the operating entities. I think that point is very important. Now, in terms of what we need to do, like we said, government needs to show presence. It is not a doubt that the Nigerian state has lost the capacity to police our environment, whether it's in the oil industry or out of it.
Have we lost him? Okay, we lost him. Okay, well, I'm even amazed that we've been able to run this online thing so far without any hitch. So I think while we are waiting for him to come on board, do we have a system shutdown or it was just him who left? He left. Okay, well, let's put a placeholder on that. I would like to find out if Charles is still online.
Yes, I am.
Oh, wonderful, Charles. Please, I don't know if you can take it up from there, but I think it's more of, where if you are saying that there's a mafia involved now, it's no longer just people who are just in the field, but there are people in town who are directing operations. Wherein lies the solution? Because really, at some point, everybody's going to fall off the cliff. I mean, today, Nigeria is not benefiting from the huge uplifts in terms of oil prices because we are not getting the production to market, or somebody else is benefiting from it. So how do we craft a solution out of this mess that we find ourselves in?
Okay, like initially we've been saying all these things, the solutions are there. The idea of deploying technology is there. The funniest thing is that this technology can be bought and secured and installed. Many of our ministers and government officials, both in NNPC and all these places, they've been visiting Aramco. They've been to Riyadh. They've seen the kind of technology they have deployed. You can borrow this on a turnkey basis, pay for it, and deploy it in this country. Simple and short. Secondly, I am not a fan of this joint task force that they set out there in the region. It militarizes the whole issue. It compromises the security agencies. They become part of the problem. So when we're talking of industrial scale, they are the ones providing that capacity. In addition to those with knowledge of the industry. Sorry, please. So this idea of having the task forces deployed here and there, it doesn't solve the problem. We've been doing it for more than 20 to 25 years now. Time to remove them. You can deploy them outside the region with mobile capabilities, backed up with technology that identifies compromises of structures, and then inform them to take actions. And once they take actions, they get out. But to deploy them there, and they are parading themselves there, you see most of them, DSS, Navy, whatever, carrying jerry cans and carrying badges. We see all these things. Nothing to be hidden about it. Nothing to be afraid to engage and speak about. They are part and parcel of the process. Why the ministers cannot do this, and the people running the industry cannot do this in terms of securing the technology is also very, very befuddling. These things can be solved If these two things are done, then they provide the basis of engaging the community. You can't engage the community, and the community is there watching you, and all these people are stealing the oil. No, the community themselves will also want to participate. It is their oil. But when you create a transparent system of protection and accountability, and then engage the community and create awareness, then it works. So really, the solutions are there. The solutions are there. It's just lack of leadership and lack of the will to make sure that we get the right thing done in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very, very important comments. Charles, lack of the will, lack of leadership, and this is something that we need to take away. Do we give up, or what, Charles? Do we give up, and every man goes to his tent, so Israel?
Sometimes I want to say give up, but then we're Nigerians, we can't give up. That's the thing. Sometimes I get so upset. I'm sorry. I get so upset, and I don't usually like to discuss this kind of thing in measured way. Rather, I get upset that as a nation and as a people, with brilliant minds, with brilliant technocrats, with people that are experienced, our people are being sourced everywhere. Yet we cannot put our house in order. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. And I think we won't give up. We will keep on speaking out until the right things are done. And I believe this particular event comes at a very critical time, especially as we're having all these presidential candidates running around. We would like to begin to engage them and ask them questions. How will they want this solved? And what are the solutions they want put in place? I think by engaging them constantly now and by providing solutions, some of them will be able to pick up this and begin to implement it. We need to fix this country. It is. We must. We can't give up.
Thank you very much. We're going to take our last comment. I think, Joe, did he come back? He's back? Okay, Joe, if you are back, I think Idris wants to make a comment. Idris, please, can you go ahead? Joe, just be ready to make wrap-up comments now.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Each time you prefer solution to some of these problems crying for help, you see people talking about extra burden, additional cost. For God's sake, oil companies will tell you to move food stuff, food items from Warri to Escravos. You need gumboot, front and back. Don't you pay for it? Even if it is cost of AGO alone to power it. Then when they now talk of putting in technology that can prevent your facilities being vandalized, your oil being stolen, they now begin to talk of extra cost. But there's no extra cost, no burden, where you spend substantial money in the so-called pipeline repairs and maintenance. Which oil company, operating oil company, both upstream and midstream, that does not have a CCTV fully deployed in their offices? But when it comes, so they know how to deploy that to protect themselves, but they don't want to protect the assets that is federal government-owned assets. I think that these oil companies are just playing to the gallery, and it is high time that they are well spoken to, so that they stop all of these things. Nobody, nowhere in the world, civilized world, that people will say, human beings, go and manage or go and man my pipeline for me. People deploy technology. And again, like I said, you don't play with the mainstay of your economy. Nobody does that. So it is not extra cost at all. It's not extra burden. This is a once and for all cost that you will make, unlike having to spend 700 billion naira yearly on pipelines maintenance to no end. I think something is wrong somewhere, and it has to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if Joe is there, Joe, can you give us a last word? Just 2 minutes before we wrap up. It's already, we're way behind schedule. Joe? Is that back?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes. Please, just a few words.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I kept talking. I thought I was I was still on. I think has been pointed out, we need leadership. What's going on is large-scale industrial stealing. It is not the artisanal people only. There's a lot more going on. We need serious leadership. I again would like to say that in doing this, we need to implement quickly the host community provisions of the PIA. We need the community on our side. We need to have them on our side. It's very important. Even if we didn't get the incentive for responsible hosting provision into the PIA eventually, but I think it's very important that we get them to our side. Let's implement what we have today. We do have some chance it will succeed. The other thing I would like to say is, especially for the companies, they need to go back and work with government to look at how they can change the funding model for the JVs. I keep saying this because the JVs are currently grossly underfunded. So if you go right round and start doing this project, looking at this technology and the cost and all that, I doubt if there's enough money in the system to fund it so that we don't waste our time. So we need to look at an appropriate funding model, whether it's IJV or whatever. We need to get that done quickly so that we can free up, because the lowest cost production for Nigeria is in the JVs, which is onshore. So right now, that equity crude for NNPC has dropped below 500,000 barrels of oil per day from 950. So it means that we are producing, even the volumes we are producing are less profitable. The margins have thinned out so much. And so that means there's no money in the system really to do much. So we need to look at the funding model for the JV and make sure that it is such that we can be able to at least afford the technology necessary for deployment. So that would be my three-pronged approach. Get the PIA rolling, get the funding model for the JVs fixed, and then of course get get some leadership, somebody at the center who coordinates all of these activities. We need to, if we did all that very quickly, we might yet be able to save the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like each of these distinguished panelists to just give us one word, yes or no. The question is, I want to say, should we give up? Is there hope? So I'll start with my brother here. Please, is there hope?
It's never a hopeless situation. The question should be how soon is solvable. Within how soon, 1 year of effective commitment on leadership, and willpower will solve this problem. Reason is because a whole lot of research have been done in this, a whole lot of experimentation done, and the success rate already determined. So what just remains is to practice what has already been studied and experimented upon. Again, it's not a problem. It's only because we are not ready to solve it, and then it becomes a problem. But when the willpower is there, you see it's not a problem.
Please give me a hand. No, sir? You have a mic there. Yeah. Is there hope? Yes or no? Just
yes.
Very briefly.
Yes, there is so much hope. The world has gone beyond where we are today. We shouldn't be behind. The world has gone really high-tech. Everything is computerized this day. You go to some facilities, from the gate to every operational areas. Everything is controlled from just a room. They see everything. They know where there is a leakage, where there are faults to be plugged. They know, they see them. The piping system should be so networked, computerized, so that when it happens, it is detected almost immediately. A prompt response is also the key. There is so much hope. We can do it. We have what it takes to do it. If we just want to implement it, we can do it. There is so much hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give me a hand, please. Idris, please, if is there hope?
Well, borrowing from the French, there's no impossibility in their vocabulary. I think there's hope.
Thank you so much for that very to the point answer. Charles,
Yeah,
is there hope?
The nation is running out of oxygen. That's the way I'll put it. But then, like anyone running out of oxygen, so long as you are kicking and kicking and kicking, there is hope.
Thank you so much. Joe.
Yes, there is hope, but I need to say that this is an existential threat, and that's why I think there's hope. Nigeria, if we don't get this fixed, we might not have a country. So we have no choice than to push forward and solve this problem. So yes, indeed, it's not whether of hope, whether it's about whether we are going to be here or not. So we need to. This economy depends so much on this product. So we really have to do what we need to do. There is hope.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very exciting, engaged topic, and the topics have been dealt with by a very experienced and savvy panel. They talked about leadership being the key, transparency, engagement, that we are all complicit, and technology needs to play people, technology, and legislation into an integrated system to solve our problems. On that note, I'd like to please, if we can give a hand, a resounding applause to our panelists. And if we don't do it loud enough, they won't hear you abroad in the cloud. Yeah, they've done a great job. And I would like to have the panelists just stand up so that they can take a picture with the people in the background, so that we take a picture of the panel, if you don't mind.
Thank you so much. They deserve another round of applause. I'm sure we all agree to that. Thank you very much. You've just listened to two panels, which we merged into one, but they've done more than justice to both themes, revolving still on the main theme, Nigerian independence, crude oil theft, and the environment. The sub-themes, which we just concluded, were sustainable strategies for curbing crude oil theft, and of course, Nigerian independence and the environment. Another resounding round of applause for our very eminent and well-versed speakers. And how can I conclude this without sending applause your way for that excellent moderation? Engineer Emeka Ene, thank you very much. That was good. Come on, are we clapping? Great. Thank you. So to all our panelists, both those who were here and those who joined us online, again, this has got to be one of the great dividends of COVID. So for all the bad things it came with, this has definitely been great, talking about the ability to conduct hybrid events. We are gradually coming to the end of this event. But before I send us for a bit of refreshment, we'll take two more messages. It's also a good time to thank once again our sponsors. Thank you very much. Without you, this may not have been possible, or not at this scale. So again, we thank River State Algon. We thank you. SPDC, we thank you. NDDC, thank you very much. Zenith Bank, we appreciate you. Levine Energy Group, Oil Data Group, Century Group, Genesis, Seplat, Avion Offshore. Thank you all very much. Moving very swiftly, I would now like to invite Mr. Igor Welly, who is the General Manager, External Relations and Director, SPDC, who is ably represented by the SPDC Manager, Right of Way and Pipelines, speaking, of course, of Engineer John Okoje. A round of applause, sir. The lectern is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Majesty, King Alfred Dieter I would like to stand on the existing protocols here today, but with special recognitions for the organizers and all the invited guests and the panelists who just concluded a session here. My name is John Okoje. I work with SPDC. And basically, my day job is managing pipelines. So most of what has been said here today, I have, well, should I say, a lot of experience in dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. I'm here representing Igor Welly, who is unavoidably absent today because he's attending to other engagements. But because he had committed to being here, he had asked that I be here to also share a message from him. So permit me to go through this, and I will try to do that very quickly. So here goes. Delighted to be part of this year's NESH Oil and Gas Roundtable to speak on some of the issues impacting Nigeria's economy and Nigeria's growth. The theme of this roundtable, Nigeria Independence, Crude Oil, Theft, and Environment, could not have come at a better time. There are elements that our country is currently battling with, and as with all roundtables, every stakeholder's thought, strategy towards strengthening Nigeria's independence role and curbing menace of crude theft in our environment should be taken on board. That way, we all buy into the vision of the industry. The company that we work for has always played pioneering roles in Nigeria's onshore, shallow and deep water oil exploration and production since the 1930s. For 90 plus years that we've been in the industry, Shell has invested in game-changing businesses in Nigeria. And this long and robust history has been of mutual benefit for the people, government, and local communities in Nigeria. Nearly 100 years after we started, Shell remains committed to the ideals of partnership and support to the people, the government, and local communities. Shell companies in Nigeria remain committed to operating its facilities in a responsible manner with due regard for the environment. SPDC, as an operator of the SPDC JV and Pioneer carries this standard proudly as a beacon for the industry. The long-term sustainability and development of the Niger Delta region relies on regulatory compliance, responsible oil and gas operations that manage the risks to the environment and seeks opportunities for continuous environmental improvement. As in the SPDC JV, senior managers at Independence need to be committed to environmentally responsible operations, as environmental protection starts from the top. And I think we had a bit of that today by the panelists. The managers need to be supported by capable and qualified environmental and operations personnel with requisite financial planning and execution. SPDC's JV experience shows that environmental management is multifaceted with action needed on many levels. For instance, spill management, environmental compliance, permits monitoring, planning for projects via environmental impact assessments to greenhouse gas management, etc. A coherent environmental strategy that ensures each of the aspects meets environmental regulations, local needs, and protects the environment is recommended. At SPDC, we are currently reflecting on optimizing our portfolio, but as we do this, SPDC remains committed to its environmental responsibilities. This commitment won't change. Should there be any need for review, such responsibilities will be defined with the relevant stakeholders. In the event that an independent should become responsible for managing some current SPDC assets, they should continue to operate in an environmentally responsible manner, just as SPDC strives to do currently. As you know, when spills occur or an impact is out there on the environment, SPDC JV facilities in the Niger Delta, we respond quickly and in line with extant regulations and globally acceptable good practice. All operators should also do this. A key priority for SPDC JV is to achieve a goal of zero spills from all our operations, as no operational spill is acceptable, and we work hard to prevent them. Independents working in the Niger Delta should have similar commitment to minimize potential environmental impacts from spills. Transparency has proven to be pivotal in developing trust with our external parties. The SPDC JV has been publicly reporting oil spill statistics annually since 1995 in the Shell Sustainability Report. We also publish this data on the spills website. We have found that it enhances transparency on spills from SPDC JV facilities in Nigeria. The website tracks the progress of spill management from when we detect the spill to when we clean up, and remediation are completed and certified by government regulators. SPDC JV was the first oil and gas company in Nigeria to publish data on its spills on the publicly accessible website. As SPDC JV oil spills website went live in 2011 and is updated regularly. As independents further develop within the region, maintaining community and stakeholder trust is likely key. Environmental transparency can help us achieve this goal. For SPDC JV, when a leak is detected, we suspend production and we contain, recover spilled oil. SPDC JV regularly tests its emergency spill response procedures and capability to ensure it can respond rapidly and effectively to a spill incident. In line with government regulations, a joint investigation team visits the spill site in a joint investigation visit to establish the cause, volume, extent, and impact of each and every volume spilled. If not already in place, support and resources for these processes will need to be embedded in the operations of the independents that are mostly in the industry now. SPDC JV has adopted techniques for cleaning up and remediating oil spills that believes that to be the most effective for the soil and climate conditions of the Niger Delta. These practices are compliant with the EGASPIN, which establishes the framework for the management and remediation of oil spills in Nigeria. Regular sharing of knowledge through industry groups and with regulators is recommended to ensure efficiency and effective environmental management. SPDC JV works with communities and civil societies across the Niger Delta to build trust in its spill response and cleanup processes. Local communities are engaged and participate in the cleanup and remediation processes. Establishing such partnerships at independence will likely be positive for successful business executions. SPDC JV continues to work to prevent spills caused by third-party interference and other illegal activities through security and surveillance, implementing local initiatives to help address the underlying causes. and raise awareness of the damage caused by sabotage and theft. Such initiatives by independents are likely beneficial for successful business executions. Environmental management is a priority for the SPDC JV. Once a development is conceived or identified, it goes through the EIA process to ensure we understand the potential environmental impact and opportunities the development could have if actualized and matured. Our experiences indicate that if this work is done thoroughly from the onset, the development enjoys a more robust and sustainable lifespan. A key element of the EIA process is that of biodiversity, because the Niger Delta is biodiversity rich and has several protected areas like the Apoi Creek, Upper Orashi River, and Taylor Creek. These areas are known to host species of importance, some of which are either endangered or critically endangered at this time. All operators in the Niger Delta should fully understand and, where appropriate, manage any potential biodiversity impact from proposed operations. Real commitment by any operator means that there can be a need for actions beyond core technical operations, such as alternative livelihood training, propagating of new plants, training of protected areas, forest rangers, and creating awareness on sustainable wood logging. All operators need to have a clear aim in sight. For instance, BAP implementation may create jobs for some people in the short term, and in the long term help to reduce overexploitation of habitats by communities and thus help preserve biodiversity. The survival and expansion of many social investment projects and programs of shell companies in Nigeria are dependent on sustained, uninterrupted production. Operations disruptions have far-reaching implications, and all stakeholders must speak up against activity disruptions. Our development objective remains the creation of greater positive impact on our host communities in the Niger Delta. I therefore urge our communities to continue to create an enabling environment for the sustenance of business. They would be doing this in the conscious realization that it is only when businesses thrive that they are able to undertake more social investment initiatives. We provide revenues for the federal government. Our payments to government's reports for 2021 shows that Shell paid around $986 million in taxes and royalties. Shell companies in Nigeria directly employ about 2,700 people and more than 9,000 contractors. Most Shell staff, about 97% of staff, are Nigerians. We support Nigerian companies, and in 2021, 100% of Shell contracts in Nigeria worth $800 million were awarded to Nigerian companies. We continue to provide access to nearly 1.6 million in loans to hundreds of Nigerian vendors under the Shell Contract Support Fund. Very many of the indigenous firms operating in the industry will always have Shell support in their breakthrough stories. All operators, large or small, need to comply with stipulated regulatory requirements. SPDC routinely carries out environmental compliance monitoring of soil, sediments, noise, and air quality, rainwater, deck drainage, bilge, sewage and aqueous effluents, groundwater and surface water at its oil and gas production facilities to ensure the controls in place are managing and mitigating any potential contamination or pollution. Like SPDC JV, delivering in the environmental management promises is key to environmental protection in the region. Independents need to be prepared to monitor conditions daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly in line with the relevant regulatory requirements and their internal controls. Internal resource capacity to collate, review, and submit ECM results, reports to the regulators, such as UPRC, NAPIMS, and Federal Ministry of Environment is required. On crude theft, we are very pleased with the recent push by the government of Rivers State and other government security agencies to dislodge illegal crude oil refineries, though these have been only after other indigenous operators began to publicly collaborate. SPDC's JVs alarm that the economic menace of crude theft and illegal refineries is harming our country's economy. We are pleased that some actions are being taken against these criminal activities. We encourage the government in this drive because the illegal refineries not only steal considerable amount of crude from hydrocarbon-bearing pipelines in the region, but they also are responsible for the gross pollution of the creeks and rivers because they carry out their nefarious activities without respect for safety of the environment and of the people. If the government's efforts are to succeed to rid the region of these organized criminals, the efforts must be sustained and all stakeholders should join in for the safety of our environment, our people, and the economy of Nigeria. Like everything else beneficial, oil and gas production require a conducive environment to thrive. We therefore request the support of the media, the government, and all stakeholders to make the environment conducive for business. Ladies and gentlemen, together we can put an end to the menace of crude theft and environmental degradation caused by illegal operations. I have so delivered this message from Igor Welly, and I hope the message is well received. But I crave indulgence to just add a little bit to this. Being a responsible party that have to deal with this on a daily basis, I mean, I'm speaking to the issue that the panel just deliberated upon. We need to understand, and I think a lot of justice has been done to it, so I'll just pitch it at a very, maybe a high level to summarize. We are dealing with organized crime, and we should not be in any way confused about this. Some people in the panel had already alluded to the fact that the people you see in the creeks, you know, carrying jerry cans and pouring oil in coal fires, are not the main players in the industry. We have seen this repeatedly. I have gone to the creeks, so it's not about, oh, you sit in your office and you talk about this. I've been in the creeks. Some of the very first pictures of illegal refineries came from some of us. Technology that is being used for crude theft is simple technology. Even the artisanal refineries you see, simple chemistry. There's no big technology around it. But I always let people understand the fact that, and I say this in different fora because we have different media discussions, we are on canvas, we talk to people, to communities at different fora, and for all who care to listen, is the fact that you can never undermine the strength of the human spirit. If we all say today in this room, perhaps, using the famous words in the Bible, and you have faith as a mustard seed, you will bring down this building. And it is the same thing that is applying to our issues in the Niger Delta today. Right now, there is a whole ecosystem of crude theft happening right under our noses, and it's growing into a big monster that is uncontrollable. Sometimes I call it that there is a whole supply chain, and you have different actors on it. If you drive through Elele, for instance, I mean, let me use that as a critical example here. You see bikes fitted with, I mean, should I say, carriers behind them. The riders are all suited up, pardon my pun, but suited up as in covered in soot because they are coming from illegal refineries. They are easily seen. They don't hide their operations. When this crude theft started and illegal refineries started, people were hiding their operations and acting in the cover of the dark. By morning, you will not see the smoke anymore, but you will see settling of soot on the water in nearby facilities, in nearby homes. But these days, they are bold. They are emboldened such that even when government security agencies go, it's more like a sit down and look and say, by their attitude, what can you do to them? We have reached that level of audacity. A lot of data can be shared. And I think if you come to SPDC, a lot of data exists. A lot has been shared. I always get excited when I see DG Idris Musa in the room in some of these conversations, and he's reeling out specific data. Charles has spoken to it very directly, no dressing the mat. What we need is that oneness of mind to be able to act and act decisively. I cannot do it on my own. You cannot do it on your own. We need coordinated leadership to be able to be cohesive in adopting technology, in involving communities in the framework, in making sure that any information, whether received from drones or from a surveillance contractor or from any other means of distress, saying that there's an oil pollution or an oil theft going on in X and X location, we have the capacity to respond immediately. Data gathering is not the problem. We have a lot of data. How do you respond and stop the problem? I think this is where we have a big problem. Can we put, for every inch of our pipelines, put a boot on the ground all the way from point A to point B? Is that feasible? It's not even feasible. You don't have enough men in the Nigerian armed forces to be able to do that, even if that is all they do. Technology is good. But technology can only tell you that there's a problem happening here. How do you respond? When do you respond? Who responds? I cannot respond. Perhaps if I had joined the army, I'll probably be a major general by now. My cousin is a major general. We bought forms together, but I was not accepted. But even then, one man cannot do that. It requires the strength of the human spirit, and that includes the leadership that we so are yearning for to take us to the promised land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And indeed, we shall get to that promised land. I add my amen to that. You're very correct. It was almost as if you were here from the beginning when a lot of people spoke. And I mentioned that there has been a recurring theme, and there you alluded to it again. We've got to do this together. At the beginning, I hinted at my acronym, TEAM for team, together everyone achieves more. So it's about collaboration, it's about teamwork. Not one person can do it alone. So the prayer and the hope is that all of our time spent here, both physically and online, won't just end at the level of a talk shop. So it is hoped that the time, the effort, the resources put in here today at the 5th NESH Oil and Gas Roundtable will indeed achieve what the organizers have set out to achieve. And we cannot say all of this without thanking you all, to the panelists, the speakers, all those who have shared contributions, our Ogas at the top, who came and who have been represented, His Royal Majesty himself. We've all spoken in line with the theme of this event, which was very well crafted. I mean, the convener in his speech and as well as his press release, which was released, I believe, some weeks back. Before now, the theme of this event would have just ended at Nigerian independence and the environment. The crude oil theft had to come in because it has become, I mean, you just said it. So the man is suited up. What will you do about it? The agencies will come and they sit on looks, but let me not take much of our time. Thank you very much. We deserve an applause for all of us, yes. Thank you very much. And I'm sure it's safe at this point to say we have one more brief remark before we call it a day. I will invite a very special lady to give us the vote of thanks. But at this juncture, please permit me to finally invite the MD of Oil Dynamics Limited, Dr. Vincent Amo. You're welcome to the lectern. If you are here, yes, you are here. And so with applause, please welcome him to the podium. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. I stand on existing protocols because of time. I've been listening patiently throughout today, hearing everything everyone has said, and a lot has been said about technology, a lot has been said about willpower, a lot has been said about the criminals. I just want to let you know what we have been discussing today was the topic of my doctoral thesis in Germany way back 23 years ago. And I was almost every 3 months in Port Harcourt, in Warri, collecting information, and I had a lot of it. And I'm very surprised to see that those problems are still existing now, in fact, getting worse. I wrote my doctoral thesis combining technology, human resources, environment, economics, and the government, everything together, and gave the recommendations to DPR in 2000, once I finished from Germany. And they welcomed it very well, but none of this has been implemented. Again, I started a company called Oil Dynamics. I have some leaflets, some brochures and flyers over there for you to pick, that uses the satellite to manage oil and gas exploration, production, and monitoring of pollution. But again, we'll come back to the question, do we have the government willpower or political will to do what has been recommended or what we say we should do? But all of us are in the same boat. I'll stand here to say, I think if we want to do all these things we've been talking about today, all of us have to vote wisely next year. Because it's going to be, if we get the right government, all the suggestions we have been profiling here today will be implemented and everybody will be happy. The government will be happy, the society will be happy, the host communities will be happy, and the companies will be happy, and all of us will be happy. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very wonderful evening, and pick a copy of the brochure or flyer here, and you know more about what we can do. Together, we can achieve more. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you very much, the CEO, Oil Dynamics, or rather the MD, Oil Dynamics Limited, Dr. Vincent Amo. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Together, everyone achieves more. Okay. We are where we should be. And that is, you see, I was asked a question just now, if we're saying what we're not saying. Absolutely. In Mr. Ugoju's opening welcome address, he actually ended it by saying, everybody go and get your PVCs. It's that simple. We're here saying it's the will, it's the leadership. Okay, so let's do something about it. It's not enough to reel out the issues. It's not enough to sit and whine. We can actually do something. So your PVCs, that's a great place to start. Before I start sounding political, please, this is a good time to invite for the vote of thanks. The project manager, B&C Events, those who have put this together, the project manager is here. Please welcome, with applause, with louder applause this time, Mrs. Oyinlola Davis.
Good evening, everyone. All protocols duly observed. On behalf of the organizer, NESH, and the chief host, Mr. Emeka Ugoju, and in my capacity as the project manager of this event, we would like to say a big thank you to everyone here today for a very successful deliberation, support, and contribution. And of course, for your wonderful presence, because without every one of you, today would have been impossible. We look forward to a positive implementation and to next year when we do this again. But until then, do have a lovely evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's nothing more to add. My name remains Ebele Enemchuku, and this is inviting you all. The ushers, you would help us make it orderly. So we have some light refreshments backstage. All right. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and thank you for spending part of it with us. DJ, go ahead.